Yes, indeed. Tuesday, live from the Langham. Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Skraby, Chris Ello out. He's a hot dog eater. And that's what he said.
Yes, he did.
That's what
Yes,
he said.
he did.
Miss him. He'll be back at the end of I think next week, right?
Yeah, next week.
He'll be back next week. Until then, you get Skraby, myself, Adam Klug on the ones and twos. I believe Braden Surprenant is going to join us at some point, right? Or is he joining us?
I'm here.
now?
I'm ready to go.
Well, Braden
The
is.
stream's kind of jacked up, Tony. But aside from that, I'm ready to go.
Well, the stream is pretty jacked up for me because I'm not on it right now. So, therefore, you get the three of us here. Padres back in action here tonight. Dodgers, for some reason, we're still playing 17 games out here in L.A. The last game of the day. Padres off yesterday, still picked up a half a game. The Diamondbacks get taxed by the Giants, who have all of a sudden started trying to play spoiler. They had it just coming off. I don't think they were playing anybody significant the last series, but they played pretty well in that series as well. So Padres chance to clinch tonight, gentlemen. Win here clinches a chance for the playoffs. They still had to win a few more in order to seal the deal on hosting a series. But all of a sudden, we got some movement just below the Padres. It had been the Diamondbacks and Padres duking it out, basically, over the past 3 weeks. Well, Mets caught them and now sit in that 2 spot. The significance of that is that the Padres would then host the Mets as opposed to the Diamondbacks.
I like hosting, but I'm not so happy about facing the Mets. I think the Padres can beat any team, but that team gave them troubles this year.
Yeah, the Diamondbacks have given them trouble too. I mean, to be clear, that tiebreaker is not settled. It's I believe it's even right now, and so the Padres Diamondbacks who has the tiebreaker will settle itself as well in that last series. But, I will say this. The Diamondbacks pitching looks taxed. We watched the milkman, what's his name?
Zach Gallen.
Zach Gallen. He got hit up pretty good in his start. Merrill ended up leaving, I think, after the third inning, even though they won that game. But they've struggled bullpen-wise. It's going on a couple of weeks now, and you have to start to wonder: are they? Is that the legit? I mean, I don't think there's a question. I think that's the legitimate weak point of the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one thing that I'm confident going into the playoffs with the Padres is that they have a better bullpen and better pitching staff than most of the other teams that are in the playoffs. Definitely have the better bullpen, I think.
Of course, the Braves and Mets are facing off against one another, so that will I think that will set itself up for itself because the Braves are going into that series behind the Mets 2 games, so they got to pretty much sweep in order to take the lead before the last 3 games of the season. And I think one of them plays Philly, if I'm not mistaken, to end the season.
Let me check out the Phillies schedule.
I'm gonna double check that, but. I think the Padres are in a very, very good spot right
That's the
here.
Cubs and the Nationals. That's what the Phillies have left.
Okay, sorry. That's the Cubs and the Nationals. I'm sorry, the Braves are playing the Royals the last 3 games of the season, and they're fighting for their playoff lights. Braden, what's your feeling on this?
On the game tonight, well, in this kind of spot the Padres are in, I think they're in a great spot. I mean, you win tonight, you're in the playoffs. That's check number 1, right? One of your goals of the season is make the playoffs. And then after that, you start thinking about your other goals, right? Trying to win the division and other things like that. But I mean, you couldn't ask for a better situation. The only way this situation would have been better is if the Rockies held on to beat the Dodgers on Sunday, because then it would have been a little bit more obtainable. I think it's going to be difficult for the Padres to win the division. That's just based on math. For a lot of people out there that have been on Craig and myself on the midday show about, you're not believing in the Padres. It has nothing to do with belief. It's just in terms of the way math works, it's going to be a difficult task for the Padres to win the division. Now, they are in control of their own destiny, right? If they win 6 in a row, they will be division champs, and they will have a bye in the first round of the playoffs. But I mean, you're asking an organization. Now, this is a different team, right? I mean, every year is a different team, but you're asking an organization, the Padres, to go up to Los Angeles and sweep the Dodgers for the first time since 2013. You're asking them to go into Arizona and sweep the Diamondbacks in Arizona for the first time since 2012. And even though it's a different ball club now, I mean, that's still a hard ask. And, for me, when you start getting into what needs to happen in order for you to win a division, and you got to start sweeping teams, I think that's a hard ask to ask a team to go out there and sweep. But to me, it's one game at a time. As talk show hosts, we can sit there and we can look in the future and start playing some games. But Tony, being in a locker room, being in a clubhouse, just focus on what you can control. Control the controllables. And right now, tonight, you have an opportunity to pop some champagne after the game by getting a victory over the Dodgers. That should be priority number one. And then after that, it's just icing on the cake for the Padres.
I think the best part of what you said there is that as broadcasters, we can look out and play games. No, we can't. We can't. That's what I've been trying to tell everybody. You can't play these things out on your own. These things always end up different. Now, is it possible the Padres could go in and sweep the Dodgers? Yes, I do think that's a possibility. I think the biggest question is, then are you saying that they would have to, that not you, Braden, I'm saying in general, the people who really want the division, who I think we all want the division, but it is no doubt a tough task, because then you're going to have to go in and at the very least take 2 of 3 from the Diamondbacks in that series, which also can be done, but it's a tall order. I mean, that would have the Padres losing 3 games in the last 12, or excuse me, 2 games in the last 12 games of the season when they face the Astros, the White Sox, the Dodgers, and Diamondbacks. This is a tall task. If they pull it off, I think it'll be nuts if they pull it off. Certainly would love to see it. But I agree. I think first things first, clinch the playoff spot, set your sights on hosting a series, and if you do that, I think you give yourself a fighting chance to maybe win a division when it's all said and done. I just think had these been the last 3 games of the season, we might be having a different conversation.
100%.
Right. And that's what the scenario was for those who like to bring up 96. That was the scenario. They were down 2 last 3 games of the season, and they went in there and they got it done. But to now expand that to another 3-game series against a team that's also fighting for their playoff hopes, I think it's a little bit of a tall task. Michael King will go against Knack for the Dodgers. I believe the following day, what was the – Jack Flaherty is the following day. And then you can pencil in Buehler against Cease, yes. And then Buehler for the Dodgers going on, Wednesday? Thursday. But, yeah, should be a lot of fun. Mets in Atlanta start at 4:20, so we'll be able to kind of follow that one as it goes. How about just in baseball, how about the Mariners whooping the Astros yesterday to pull themselves within 1.5
They're
games?
back from the dead. It's like the Undertaker gif.
They tried to sell off the season. Now they right back in the middle of the shindig right now.
Yeah, Julio Rodriguez found out he can hit again. It's nice. It's great. It's all good.
Braden, you got nothing, huh?
The Mariners, dude. It's just, they're hanging around, right? But I was actually, I don't really go back to the Padres, but just to talk about how difficult the task is at hand. I mean, Tony, you were on a team that had to do that exact same thing in 2010, right? When you had to go up to San Francisco and win 3 games in a row, took the first 2. Just from your perspective of, that task of trying to win 3 games in a row as a professional ball club against a team that I think ended up winning the World Series that year. They won the World
Series, yeah.
What was the mindset for you guys? Obviously, a little bit different because you weren't guaranteed a playoff spot, but that would have forced a game 163 against Atlanta, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't remember who it was going to be against, but it's a great question. And what I'll tell you is that everything has to go perfect. And through the first 2 games, everything went perfect. And one thing went wrong in the last game. Matt Latos didn't have his best, wasn't his normal self, and that was all it took. I mean, and so to your point, for the Padres to win this division, everything has to go perfect. And so that would then mean carrying that 6 games over that kind of, that kind of energy would have to last over 6 games. And that's tough. And, I would also say this, the Padres in that year, 96 at least, Padres, tracked down the Dodgers by playing so well last week, and they went in the playoffs and got swept. St. Louis came in there and just ran them over. And, you build up that kind of energy to get someplace. You could empty the tank. And I don't think this team needs to do that. They're right there. They already have made this, I think, one of the better seasons we've seen in this franchise in terms of what they were able to do. But, yeah, it's a tall task. Not saying it can't be done. I want to see it happen more than anything.
I've said before that this team reminds me of the 2010 Giants, which is a team that, no one really expected them to make a deep run, but they got hot at the right time. They had a team with a bunch of veterans on it. They had a team with some young guys on it. And that's what this Padres team reminds me of. They're hot at the right time. They're heading into the postseason with veterans that know how to play in the playoffs. I think they're set up really well.
Yeah. We'll talk more about these very same Padres. Mark Ziegler will join us later in the 2 o'clock hour. We'll talk a little bit about what's going on with the Mountain West, the Pac-12.
Oh, it's getting crazy.
A lot of moving and shaking, a lot of bluffing and gambling going on. We'll kind of touch on the subject next segment, but we'll really get into it. 2:40 segment. We got a Braden versus the Fan here today, the Big Five. We'll also tap in with Sam Levitt in the 5 o'clock hour as he will be at Dodger Stadium. I'm here at the Langham currently, waiting for some lineups.
That's what you said earlier. You said the welcome to the. I was like, where the heck? You're at
name of the hotel. What did you think he was talking about?
I thought it was the hotel, but I wasn't sure.
A word?
And then
That's
I
right.
forgot to Google it, and then now we're here.
Tony's at some nice restaurant in L.A. Just posted up right now. We're in his Padre
no, I
gear.
wish. I'm literally looking at a white wall right now as we are doing this show. So
that's not fun.
No, it's not, but it's all good. We got to do what we got to do. All right, let's step away. Let's get to break. When we come back, even the Los Angeles Times is talking about the Padres and how they could pull off what was at one thought to be the impossible, which is beat the LA Dodgers. We'll get into it on the other side. More Gwynn and Chris. What? 2:19 on the clock. Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Skraby, Braden Surprenant, and the Padres embark on pretty big 3-game series. And not just the folks in San Diego are taking notice of this. Up in Los Angeles, Bill Shaken, who I know very well, certainly has been paying close attention to the Padres. Big article came out in the LA Times yesterday. Big picture of AJ's mug on there with his mustache. Yeah. He's well manicured. He's been well manicured all year. Man.
Yeah.
Different AJ Preller for sure. And he's highlighting the fact that they started with a little shot. This may not surprise you, but AJ Preller has run the San Diego Padres for longer than Andrew Friedman has run the Dodgers. Not by much. The Padres hired Preller in August 2014. The Dodgers hired Friedman 2 months later. And since then, this is the part where they get their little shot. He gets the shot off. Since then, the Dodgers have dominated the National League West. For the Dodgers, 8 division championships, 3 NL championships, 1 World Series championship. For the Padres, this part was especially stabby.
Bitter.
0, 0, and 0.
Yes.
All true, but nonetheless, a little shot. But basically, in an article, they're making the point that, for the first time, outside of the 2020 season, the Padres have a chance to finish closer than they ever have, if not catch the Dodgers before the season ends. And he goes into a lot of the really brilliant moves that AJ has made throughout the course of the season and how it's kind of lined up with the Dodgers and some of their issues they've had this year. So it's not just in San Diego. It's despite what I'm sure LA people try to convince everybody on Twitter that they're not paying attention. They paying attention.
and that's great because I told you about this yesterday. There was a Dodger fan on Twitter over the weekend trying to plead with Dodger fans to realize that he wasn't hating on the team. He was just being truthful that this team might not be built to go to the World Series this year, especially their pitching staff. So, that shows that the fans are thinking that way.
I honestly don't know how you can come to the conclusion that everything you've seen, I know they signed Shohei Ohtani, but there's been nothing that you've seen this year that says that the Dodgers are built for a World Series run this season. Like, if you're just being honest and objective about it, right? This is probably the worst starting pitching they've ever had in this whole run that they've been on. And worse because you got a bunch of dudes hurt, you got a bunch of dudes not throwing well, coming off of injuries. So I don't know how you can come to a conclusion that this team is in for or has a World Series based on what we've seen that they're constructed for a World Series run.
No, I don't think so. I mean, you mentioned the pitching wins in the postseason, right? 100%. I mean, that's what it is every time. And you have to have good pitching. You also have to have some good bats to hit the other team's good pitching. But collectively as a whole, I like the Padres roster top to bottom better than I like the Dodgers roster top to bottom. In fact, you start looking at the teams that they're going to compete against in the National League, not just the Dodgers, but the Padres in the postseason. I like the Phillies team more than I like the Dodgers. I think they bring a scarier atmosphere.
They're also hungry.
Yeah, but at the same time, and their pitching staff's better. In terms of the pitching staffs of just the teams that are in the postseason and then maybe the one team that might miss out, I like New York's pitching staff better than the Dodgers. I like the Padres' pitching staff better than the Dodgers. I like the Phillies' pitching staff better than the Dodgers. And honestly, the Dodgers don't have anybody like Chris Sale. And even though Atlanta's pitching staff is not on the same par, it's probably close with Los Angeles, you got the Cy Young probably winner to start a series if the Braves make the playoffs. I mean, I would rather play the Dodgers in a best-of-3 game series based on the pitching matchups than have to deal with Chris Sale in Game 1. So from a pitching standpoint, I think it's safe to say the Dodgers have the second to worst pitching staff in any of the teams in the National League, they're going to make the postseason. I think it might be a little bit better than Arizona, but if you really want to dive into the weeds, I'm sure you can make an argument for both the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers to have a better pitching staff against each other. And if pitching wins in the postseason, I'm not necessarily worried about the Dodgers pitching staff compared to all the other teams that the Padres might have to face. And the other thing too, I mean, it just feels like this year, and Grant, I don't want to curse the Padres for these next 3 games.
Yeah, be careful.
It just feels like the Padres have just had the Dodgers number this year, Tony, and in the games that they have played. And you look at that lineup, I don't think anybody's got a better top 3 in baseball than the Los Angeles Dodgers. But you start looking at the lineup from top to bottom, the bottom 3 for Los Angeles is just, I mean, as Chris Ella likes to say, there's a lot of AOs at the bottom of that batting order for the Los Angeles Dodgers, where I'm not necessarily afraid of that spot either. But I just feel like, Tony, you've watched a lot of these games. It just seems like the Padres have had LA's number this year.
They have. There is no getting around that. The Padres have played better. They've done a lot of the things that the Dodgers have done to them in the past, right? They've slugged them and pitched them to death. And when it matters, I think the games have been close. Don't get me wrong; these ain't been blowout games. I mean, the Dodgers are still still a good team despite their flaws. But the Padres have done to them what the Dodgers had been doing to them for a long time. You know, they need a big homer. Somebody can go Profar hits one out. You know, you need a big night. It seemed like it was Profar a lot in the Dodgers series.
Yeah, that extra motivation, Tony.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So, like, it's that has been true. You know, and Braden, you can't curse. If they lose, it ain't going to be because you said that they had been playing well.
No, I'm going to blame it on him.
I don't need – the last thing I need is Skraby mentioning me on Twitter and then getting everybody –
it will
I got to deal with everybody
every
on that.
5 minutes.
I saw in the chat, and I think it's very interesting for both you guys. But, I mean, think about our attitude as Padres fans the last couple of years of, you know what? You only have to beat the Dodgers in 5 in the postseason, and the Padres were better built to beat them in a best-of-3 or a best-of-5. Now, you look at a potential series with L.A., I like the Padres' chances in 7 based on how the pitching lines up. What a difference a year makes, but also to really emphasize just how the Dodgers pitching rotation has fallen since the last couple of years. Now, some of it's injuries, but you know we all got injuries that we got to deal with at this point in the year in the for the playoffs. But at the same time, I mean that rotation the Dodgers had, and I go back to 2020 when it was the shoe was on the other foot, right? And the Padres had Lamet banged up, and they tried to go with Clevenger on an injury, and they had Chris Paddock starting a game, and Craig Stammen had to start a game for a win for the Padres. I mean, they were limping in with pitching, and you're like, well, I guess we only have to beat them in 5. But you start looking at it now, I like the Padres' chances in 7 against a lot of teams in the National League compared to years past where it's like, we only got to get them 3 times.
And we can thank...
Here's what I'll say to that. And I think it's important that we mention it. The Padres, although they have had injuries, they haven't had injuries that, you know, knocked you out, knocked them out. And I say that to say the Padres have been fortunate from that standpoint. Yes, there's been, you had to miss time for his personal stuff that was going on. You had Toddy miss a little bit of time during the season, but this is what has made this is to me the best roster put together. Is that they were built to be able to sustain while guys were out, and typically that is what happens to the Dodgers. This isn't the first year the Dodgers have had injuries. They typically have had the depth to hold things down.
Yes, but they've always had some young guy to come up and fill in the spot.
They've always had that. This is the first year that I can remember in a while where they didn't have the depth that they're used to having, and the dudes who had picked them up in the past aren't those guys right now. And on the flip side, the Padres, although they've had injury, they've been able to avoid really major injuries, especially in the pitching staff. I know Joe was the one that kind of dealt with it, but he's bounced back from that. He's been able, and it happened. It's all about timing, right? These injuries for the Padres happened in areas where it wasn't like you could sustain it, and it was early. Now everybody is coming back healthy and is healthy. The Padres clearly have an advantage. I wanted to get into Mr. Fisher's letter a little bit today, but I think we'll
have plenty of time for that.
That's a major eye wash.
The one thing I want to tell everybody,
the audacity.
I know
of people sometimes. Go ahead, Skraby. What you got?
No, the one thing I wanted to tell everybody is that I didn't realize this yesterday, but in his letter he misspelled Loma Prieta earthquake. And he spelled it Loma Prieta. I'm like, first off, it was kind of weird to mention an earthquake like that before, but he spelled it wrong. You got to get it right. You have to have someone check that like 7 times.
He spelled it wrong because he didn't read it.
Well, he didn't write it.
He didn't write it or read it.
And now Jessica Kleinschmidt is posting pictures on her Twitter of the Oakland Coliseum with in the outfield, in center field. It says, "Thank you, Oakland." So, like, where was all of this love for the last 18 years? They're like packing in all love into the last three days, basically 3 games at the Coliseum. I
can't think of the word.
They must have not got the season tickets memberships for Sacramento next year that they were hoping for.
Oh my goodness! I talked to someone who lives in Sacramento. They're like, "This is a disaster, and it's not even begun yet."
I doubt the Players Association really wants to sign off on that either. And they haven't signed off on it yet, haven't? Right?
No, they're going to do it. They just it's going to be a tall task. Just telling you, like the amenities, these things that you need that you don't even think about, for a big league team to be in there, it's just different. It's going to be it's going to be a big job for the folks who run that stadium in Sacramento.
Like, I hope that they have more than just troughs in the bathroom, since we talk about troughs a lot. I hope that the professional baseball players get to have their own little stall. I think they've worked hard enough to get little bit of privacy.
You know what troughs make me think of? And this is for the folks that have been Padre fans forever. It makes me think of Yuma. That's all they had.
Yuma spring training facility.
That's all they had
was
gross. Troughs. It just long troughs.
That reminds me of Norman, Oklahoma.
Oh gosh, these are places I don't want to go.
And Knoxville, Tennessee, man. That's where it's at. SEC country's got a lot of those.
A lot of troughs.
A lot of troughs out there.
Let's get to break. A lot bubbling in the Mountain West Pac-12, kind of who's staying, who's going. Mark Ziegler, the one who is most informed on this deal, will join us next. We'll talk a little bit of San Diego State and how they align with what's going on. More Gwynn and Chris on the other side. o'clock. Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Skraby, Braden Surprenant. A lot going on right now in college sports. Teams changing it up in terms of their conference. New conferences adding, I should say new conferences. Old conferences adding new people to the mix. And we need to sort it out. Mark Ziegler joins us here on Gwynn and Chris, San Diego Union Tribune. Mark, how's your day going, my friend?
It's going okay. I got my my conference scorecard out. I'm writing it in pencil, not in pen, scratching and erasing stuff out. Change it every 10 minutes.
That's probably a very wise decision to go with pencil here. Just talk to us a little bit about what's going on. I mean, the Pac-12 came out last week. They had a lot. It seemed like they had a lot of momentum. San Diego State was one of the additions. This week, it seems like the plan that the Pac-12 had had some cold water poured on it. The teams from the AAC, at least at this point, have elected to stay. You had a few of the teams that the Pac-12 had their eye on elect to stay in the Mountain West. And then Utah State decides they're going to jump ship. Where are we at now, and how do you see this thing kind of shaking out?
Well, that's a pretty good description. I think the initial plan was from the start because, I don't think those Mountain West schools are jumping into a league not having any idea of who else is going to be in it. And so I think the whole plan from the start was going to be the two leftover Pac-12 teams, Oregon State and Washington State, the four that jumped on September 12th, San Diego State, Boise State, Colorado State, Fresno State. And then they were going to add three from the AAC, Memphis, Tulane, and either maybe South Florida or UT San Antonio. And then they were going to go get Gonzaga. That would get them to 9, give them a nice 8-team conference football schedule. You play everybody else once. And then they were going to go get Gonzaga, which, they'd been talking to as a 10th member, just playing basketball and other sports, but not football. And that seemed to be the whole plan. And they got the first 6 of it done. And then the AAC, they just couldn't get that done. They weren't, as far as I understand, along as they thought they were with those schools. And the AAC jumped in knowing that they were trying to leave and sweeten the pot probably, and they decided to stay. And all of a sudden you're in scramble mode. The Gonzaga thing is off the table, or not off the table, but in limbo right now. And now the Mountain West takes all these exit fees and poaching fees that the Pac-12 and the departing schools are going to have to pay, and throws them back at their members saying, hey, you want to stay? We'll give you some, little financial enticement, for the effort to stay. And all of a sudden they're staying, and it's a scramble to just get teams to fill out your league. And that's kind of where we're at right now. Utah State decided to go. UNLV is on the fence right now, and everyone's waiting for that. And I think that would be sort of the big domino to fall next, one way or the other.
Real quick follow-up on that, Mark. You talked about Gonzaga and that being tabled for now. Does the Pac-12 want to get the football side of this thing done first before they go the Gonzaga route, or is Gonzaga looking at it like, we want to make sure you guys got your ducks in a row first before we start jumping that way?
That's a good question. I think it's the latter, because there was a report yesterday that the Gonzaga deal was done, and all of a sudden the Gonzaga officials are calling everyone who will listen saying, oh, no, it's not.
Okay.
And I think they're looking at this thing going, is this league really got its, crap together here, or is this kind of a circus that we're jumping into? And, it's probably a little bit of both at this point. I mean, conference realignment's never clean and linear. It's always messy. And so, will they end up in the league? Yeah, possibly. I think they would have really liked to see Memphis in the league.
Yeah.
A big time basketball power that has a big arena. It has a lot of NIL, has a long history of being very good. One of the best non-power conference programs out there, along with, programs like San Diego State and Gonzaga. And so I think that was a big enticement with them not in the league. I think it becomes more of a 50-50 proposition for them.
Talking to Mark Ziegler here of the San Diego Union Tribune about the Pac-12 Conference, Mountain West. And my question for you, Mark, is we heard from J.D. Wicker that they did not accept a spot in a bigger conference. I believe it was the Big 12, because they weren't going to get a full share. And I think a lot of people are split on whether that was a good decision or not. What do you know about that, and what do you think about the decision?
I'm really glad you asked about that, because I think that, that was a quote in a story I was writing about the Mountain West. And I'd asked them a question about, making sure it's financially viable. And the question was in the context of if you leave the Mountain West and go to a Pac-12, and you might get a little bit extra TV money, but say you get only $2 million per year and you pay close to $20 million in exit fees, it's going to take you 10 years to pay that back and make yourself whole again. Is that financially viable? And his answer was, anytime you look into this, you have to look at the financial viability, and he used that as an example. Now, I think it was taken out of context, and maybe I should have provided more. I thought it was kind of we've already hashed this over. But what happened was they were talking to as I understand it, they were talking to the Big 12. The Big 12 said, well, if we invite you, it will be a half share with really no path to getting a full share. And San Diego State at the time was also talking to the Pac-12, which said, look, we'll get you up to a full share pretty quickly. And geographically, it made more sense. It's what they always wanted to be in. And so they just kind of pushed forward with the talks with the Pac-12. And as we know, came within literally hours of being part of that conference a year ago. And then the whole thing falls apart. And the Big 12 deal was likely, almost certainly going to be contingent on 4 Pac-12 teams not coming. If those 4, Arizona State, Colorado, and Utah decided not to go to the Big 12, then maybe the Big 12 was more interested in San Diego State and they could further those conversations about a share. But once those 4 schools came to the Pac-12, all those offers, they were never really on the table, but they were never going to be on the table at that point. I hope that makes sense.
It did, yeah.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense, and being the resident Big 12 fan of the group, it would have been nice to see the Aztecs in the Big 12, obviously, if they could have been able to pull that off. But, my question for you, Mark, about, how this is playing out, I mean, obviously it seems like it's a little bit better than the Mountain West, but, the big sell to a lot of people, at least I think from a perspective that a lot of San Diego State fans have, was, this is going to be a path to potentially being a power conference with some invites and kind of holding out hope for, maybe Cal and Stanford to come back or what have you. Based on how this progressed yesterday, with a lot of schools saying no and then some schools on the fence, with it being a lot of the same schools already in the Mountain West, how much of a boost to the TV deal do you think they could potentially get? Obviously not seeing any of the numbers. And, as this slowly starts to play out, how much more of a step up is the Pac-12 conference going to be for San Diego State in comparison to if they just would have saved the money and not left the Mountain West?
Well, there's a lot there. I think the short answer is yes. It's a step up. Is it a big step up? No, it's a little baby step up. It's not the step up that anybody wanted, including J.D. Wicker and Adela De La Torre. Obviously, they wanted to be in the real Pac-12, not this version of it. I think the big question is going to be how TV networks view Oregon State and Washington State, because basically you're coming with, the upper half, maybe not even all the upper half, but maybe the upper, schools in the upper 2/3 of the Mountain West, and then you're joining Oregon State and Washington State. We're in a power conference, but largely we're in a power conference because they joined it over 100 years ago, and they just kind of were along from the ride. They weren't really the revenue drivers in that conference. Every now and then they'd have a good team, football team or basketball team, but by and large, they were just on the coattails of UCLA, USC, Stanford, Cal, Oregon, Washington, all those other schools. And so how will the TV networks view them? If you look at, since I saw a stat, I think Dennis Dodd from CBS Sports posted, since 2016, you look at the average television viewership and where they rank nationally. Washington State, I think, was 43rd, and Oregon State was in the 60s. And all these Mountain West schools are in the 80s, including San Diego State, for the most part, either because they don't have much of a national brand or because they have a smaller market or whatever the reason. But the problem with looking at that, saying, okay, you got a number 43 and you have a number 63 or whatever it is with Oregon State, is they were playing Pac-12 schools. They weren't playing themselves. They were playing, USC, UCLA, Oregon, Washington in big games where you would attract viewers from elsewhere. What's their value going to be when they're playing Fresno State on a Friday night at 7:30? And I think that's what the TV networks have to figure out. And that's why there's such a big fluctuation in what they could get versus what they might get. And will they get more than they are currently getting in the Mountain West? I would think so. Are they going to get significantly more than if the Mountain West is stuck together? Maybe, but is that enough to offset $18 million in exit fees? Probably not. And so that's where the tricky part of these negotiations come into play.
Mark, a few days ago, I think it was, the Aztecs hoop team released their non-conference schedule. What do you think of it? I mean, it's there's some names that stand out, but how would you rank this this non-conference schedule versus maybe some of the ones in the recent past?
Well, as I wrote, it's the shortest they've had in like 20, 30 years, and that's a function of the Mountain West going to a full double round robin, a 20-game conference schedule. It really leaves them with only at maximum 11 games. They're going to play 9, and it just makes it really hard to schedule games. You have to play a conference game in the first week of December, which is a pretty popular window to get non-conference games. You got to play one right after Christmas, where they usually played their final non-conference game. It just makes it really tricky when you got finals week, which is almost 10 days where they don't play games. You have a Christmas break, you have Thanksgiving break, so it's really hard to get enough games. They've got 9, and it's a hard schedule. It is really hard. I mean, you've got 5 really, really hard games. You've got Gonzaga, Creighton, Oregon, and Texas A&M in a 12-day period with no games in between them, no soft landings, no games against a patsy sort of work on things. All 4 of those teams probably will be ranked. And then you've got a neutral court game against Cal. It's in San Jose, and just like they played Cal in a neutral court game last year in San Juan Capistrano in front of all Aztec fans, that one probably is going to skew more towards Cal fans. And so that's not quite a road game, but it's more like a road game. So that's a tough game as well. And that you layer on that a very young team. This is going to be the youngest Aztec team we've seen in several years, particularly when you go back 2 years and you look at the team that played for the national championship. The entire rotation were junior, senior, 5th-year senior, 6th-year senior. And this is going to be, 3 freshmen are probably going to be in the rotation, and one of them is probably going to start. So it's a big change for them, and it's a big change early. So I think people got to just put their expectations, understand they might not even have a winning record by the time we get to Christmas. But this team, by the time they get to February, with the kind of talent and size they have, the coaching they have, could be pretty good. And that's going to be the story of this season.
That usually is how it works for this Aztec program. They get better as the year goes along. This is kind of the inevitability, though, Mark. Like you have these older teams for so long. Eventually, the young ones have to have a chance. I'm looking forward to it, most certainly. Mark, we appreciate.
I think it will be one of the more. I'm sorry to cut you off. I think it's going to be one of the more interesting and exciting in that way teams we've seen in recent years. I think the other ones you kind of knew what the floor was, you kind of had an idea what the ceiling was, and then where they're going to go. This one, the difference between the floor and the ceiling is enormous. And so, it's going to be, we'll just have to pull up and get our popcorn and see how it goes.
Yep, everybody get your popcorn ready. Mark Ziegler, San Diego Union Tribune. As always, Mark, thank you for coming on.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, my pleasure. Talk to you guys.
Mark Ziegler, San Diego Union Tribune, breaking down the chaos of the Pac-12 Mountain West Conference.
It is chaos. It is chaos.
It's chaos, and I'm don't get me wrong. I will take the baby step up, but man, they were that close to being part of that conference. But in some ways, it's better that this way, because they would have hopped into that conference. The moves still would have been the same, right? USC, all those schools still would have left. And so then it would have looked. I feel like it would have felt worse at that point. Then we hopped in thinking it was one way.
You'd be in the 3-pack right now.
Right,
the 3-pack.
You'd be in a 3-pack, which is half of a 6-pack, which is not very good. Nobody wants a 3-pack at the gas station.
Nah, they don't even sell those.
No.
They do. They do. Tall boys.
They sell 3-packs.
Tall boys.
Tall boy 3-pack. Yeah.
Okay.
So you think you're getting the same.
At least they're tall boys, though, at that point.
Yeah. You got the 12-ounce 3-pack right there with San Diego State, Washington State, and Oregon State. To me, I was very critical of this move when it first happened, just because of
when it first happened, or still.
Well, I don't get it. I don't get it from San Diego State. It's a slight advance. I guess they had to make a move. I don't get it from a Washington State, Oregon State perspective either, where they have this gigantic asset in San Francisco called the Pac-12 network, and there's like 2 conferences that want it, and I just feel like it was a panic move by them to start piecing this thing together because they had a timetable.
What are you suggesting that they did with it?
I think, well, the thing is everybody's waiting for the ACC and what's going to happen with that lawsuit with Clemson and Florida State. Because if Clemson and Florida State win that lawsuit, they're going to bail, and then you got all these teams going all over the place that are Power 5 schools that, they could be able to jump in on, or maybe they get added to the ACC with their network, or maybe they get added to the Big 12 with their network. There was a lot of different plays for Oregon State and Washington State. I just feel like they felt the pressure of 2026 and having to be in a conference that they just had to strike as soon as they could. And to me, it just doesn't feel like they had a full plan together. And I thought yesterday, with 4 AAC schools saying no, was a tough blow to the Pac-12.
It is for now. I would say that the timeline is what had them make the move the way they did. There's no guarantee that lawsuit's going to be done anytime soon before you would lose out on the automatic status that the Pac-12 has. So I think they kind of had to move when they did. It wasn't ideal, certainly. You were hoping that ruling for Clemson and Florida State would have already come. It hasn't. And so you got to start getting your ducks in a row. The thing that could end up happening is, you get your 8 teams, and then the lawsuit, let's say it comes through or it finishes up and Florida State comes and win, then you still be able to bring some of those other teams on that are going to have a hard time getting into any of the other conferences. So
yeah, going to have to compete with the Big 12 or some schools there, but at least, Boston College sounds a lot better than Wyoming right now.
Nah, I can't. I hear no lies there. All right, 3 o'clock hour on the other side. Little daily gambit coming your way. More Gwynn and Chris. back. 3 o'clock hour intact. Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Skraby, Braden Surprenant. Adam Klug on the ones and twos, and we're just hanging out before a ball game. Padres, Dodgers, 7-10 matchup.
That's a late ball game for us.
Yes.
Even though it's only like 20, 30 minutes past 30 minutes later than normal.
It feels like a really long time. You know what I'm saying? Like, it feels like we are up well past the point we should be starting a game. But you're right, it is only 30 minutes from where the Padres play their game.
We used to do this all the time.
Yes. We used to go as late as 7:35.
Yeah, the
back in the day.
7:40 starts were rough. Remember those Friday 7:40 starts the Padres used to do?
I miss the 6:10 starts of COVID.
So do I.
Those are my favorite.
Yeah, I wouldn't object to those coming back.
I don't think they could ever do that, though.
Did
It
you
would
ever
be too
care,
early.
Tony? Did you ever care as a player what time the game was? Do you have a
like
favorite
that.
game time that, like, as a player compared to a broadcaster?
I didn't like 6:40 at the time. At the time, it was only the Diamondbacks doing it. I liked the regular 7:05. It felt like starting 6:40 wasn't that big a difference, but now that I'm on the other side, it definitely is a bigger difference when you start 30 minutes earlier. So.
You're in bed 30 minutes earlier.
Exactly.
And 3:35
And the game
starts.
is only 2.5 hours. It's not 4 hours.
I've always, and maybe it's just because I grew up and I've always liked this baseball schedule, like night, day, or night, day. I've always enjoyed that. It makes it complicated to figure out what day it is, but.
Didn't you tell me that you used to determine what day it was by what time your game was? So if it was a day game, you knew it was a Wednesday or a Thursday.
Wednesday or Sunday.
I still determine what day it is by day games and night games. I think, okay, when was the last day game? So that would have been Sunday. Okay, so today is Tuesday. All right, cool. That's how I.
Welcome to working in sports.
Yes, especially baseball.
Exactly. Adam said there was something you wanted to ask.
Yes, I want to broach this subject with you because you actually had an article written about you in Barrett Sports Media, and they were highlighting kind of some of the things you've done while you've worked on this show in 97.3 The Fan. But you said something in the article that was picked up by a Raiders fan and tweeted out, and Adam's putting it on the YouTube right now. If you want to watch us on YouTube, you can just search 97.3 The Fan. So Tony said that in the article, the Barrett Sports Media article, that San Diego fans still hate the Chargers. And so someone made a blog article out of this, and the title of the blog article is former Padres outfielder Tony Gwynn Jr. claims San Diego fans, quote, still hate the Chargers. And so this is going, I think this is kind of controversial.
It was on SI.com.
It was on, SI.com. Well, that's all AI anyway, so we know where that's coming from. But Tony, most of the people are agreeing with you that fans here in San Diego hate the Chargers. And there's some that don't hate that. But, I mean, what do you think? You're causing a little bit of controversy out there.
I don't know why. I mean, I didn't say anything. I'm just telling the truth. I generalized. I know that literally everybody in San Diego doesn't hate them, but the large majority do. And the ironic part is I'm not one of them. Like, I still root for the Chargers. So...
Yeah.
It wasn't like a hate thing. I didn't know that it was like newsworthy, but SI, that doesn't surprise me. They like hopping on these
Headline: former Padres outfielder Tony Gwynn Jr. claims San Diego fans, quote, still hate the Chargers.
Yeah,
that's the whole article they read on that.
They literally do. The majority of them still hate the Chargers.
I can't even tell you how many times I get people that tell me, stop talking about the NFL. Stop talking about it. Stop talking about the Chargers or the Rams. It's like...
It's. I was just getting ready to say, like, we don't talk about the Chargers very often because we recognize how much people don't like them. I mean, we talk about them every once in a while, but...
Yeah, when a story presents itself.
It's like every other NFL team, though.
Right, exactly. But I'm saying, though, like, so, I don't know. It's much to do about nothing.
It is.
I didn't even notice it until you just told me, so then I went and looked for it. I found it.
Yeah. Most people in the comments on the social media posts were in agreement with you. Both
Definitely.
But you know what, Tony? You brought Dodger and Padre fans together on this wonderful Tuesday.
I've been
How
able
about
to do that from time to time.
I know. And some guy even said, that's our boy, Dodgers legend Tony Gwynn Jr.
legend.
That's what it said by a Dodgers
So, Tony,
fan.
when you go back to Dodger Stadium, do you wear your jersey in the booth with you?
Skraby.
Yeah, you would just show up and flap your glove behind your back to talk to trash talkers as well.
Yeah,
It's all good
that was
stuff.
always legendary.
That wasn't a Dodger uniform. I get some love in both spots, so it's all good. Anyway, I wasn't saying anything crazy.
I know.
I love the little comment underneath my guy here, the dude who replied to it. I don't know what he meant by this, yet nobody remembers Tony Gwynn Jr. destroying the Padres playoffs in 2007.
Still bringing it up.
Like, I don't even know where this fits in this whole argument.
They've held on to that, Tony, since it happened, I'm sure.
I guess so. All right.
Guess so.
Let's move on. Daily
right.
Gambit.
We got it.
Let's get to it.
Do you like money?
I think about money a lot.
Do you like money without doing anything?
Winning.
Do you want to make money while watching sports?
I think Washington is immortal luck.
Washington! Woohoo! If you answered yes, this is your segment. Just don't blame us when you lose.
Nothing is ever your fault.
It's your game. Take it.
Gwynn and Chris go through the top bets of the day in The Daily Gambit on 97.3 The Fan.
Daily Gambit is our daily sports betting segment here on Gwynn and Chris. Please, everybody, gamble responsibly, and we do mean that here. I got sent an article this morning saying that sports gambling is contributing to a lot of families breaking up and a lot of bad things happening. So, yes, please gamble responsibly. It's very important that you do so. If you have any issues, then you need to seek out some help, and you can Google some of those gambler websites, and they will help you out with that. With that being said, though, the reactions, I don't know what it's like to win $100,000 in a bet, but there was a video put online, and this is BR Betting, but this person had a 3-pick parlay for plus 46,805. Amari Cooper, Jonathan Taylor, and Jamar Chase all had to score the first touchdown in their game, and Jamar Chase actually made it happen for this kid last night. Listen to this kid winning $100,000. Come on! He's running around the bar.
No way! Chase! Oh my God! I just won $117,000! Oh my God!
All right, so he's just jumping around, and he won $117,000. It later turns out this guy, great kid, because he is paying off his parents' mortgage with the winnings. So, very nice of him.
That's great. But a real quick question.
Yes.
I have to ask Adam Klug this. Adam, how excited were you to see Ben on foul territory with the 97.3
Polo?
With the polo on?
He's a team player. I love it.
How excited were you? You probably had a 40-inch vert when you saw that.
I think I jumped higher than that kid who won $117,000.
That's right.
It's all about the brand, baby.
Same vibes. Same vibes.
At least Ben can get dressed. We're still waiting on Tony to get
Tony
dressed.
still hasn't
That's
gotten
the
dressed
reason
for the
he's
day.
not on the camera
Hey,
right
what
now.
does Pat McAfee say? For the brand.
For the brand.
brand.
Ben
I guess
Higgins
so.
repping.
Do it, Ben.
Yeah, do it, Ben.
All right, sorry I interrupted.
No, that's
I had
okay.
to get Adam's thoughts on that.
That's pretty funny. Ben Higgins, if you want to go see all that, it's on at Foul Territory TV, or we retweeted at 97.3 The Fan SD, or rezeeted, as we say.
Oh, stop it.
Now, ESPN Bet may be in a little bit of trouble, and by the way, reseeded. ESPN Bet might be in a little bit of trouble because they put out a post on Sunday, and it read like this. Devin Singletary intentionally doesn't score a touchdown, so the game goes under the 37.5 point total. Now, people are thinking that this could get them in trouble because they said he intentionally doesn't score a touchdown, so the game went under. Now, ESPN Bet is trying hard to get all of this to go away, but they deleted the post on TikTok, and Devin Singletary could take legal action here. I don't think that he's going to do that, but what I do think is that this is going to be a big lesson for all of these companies that are wading into these gray area waters, because they probably didn't mean that he was shaving points, but some people may read that as him shaving points, right, Tony?
Yeah, I mean, this is just going to keep – these type of things are going to keep happening. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just think that more people than ever seem to be involved in gambling than ever, and don't seem to understand that they are gambling at their own risk. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how these threats end up happening after and we're having conversations about shaving points and things of that nature. It's only happening because of betting. That's the only reason why we're having this more and more. And I just think it's going to be a tough place for sports to really dig themselves out of the deeper we go.
Yeah, because he was clearly going to score a touchdown. He almost went into the end zone anyway, but he dove down at the last second and didn't go in. So Giants ended up winning the game and they went under. But yeah, Braden, you have any thoughts on this?
Well, there's a reason why betting was a vice for so long and why it was illegal for so long, and I think people are starting to understand why, because there's a lot of kids my age in their late 20s that are always like, why if I can handle my own gambling, why can't I gamble? And there's reasons why
not everybody can handle
there
their
are
own gambling.
reasons why a lot of these vices that are becoming legal now in the United States, not just gambling, were vices and illegal for a long period of time. It's for there's a lot of can of worms that get opened when you legalize things like this. Unintended consequences, and these are some of those unintended consequences. And especially in this day and age of social media, where you have people that can access these athletes very easily from their phone, and it's creating some serious problems. And I don't see this ending particularly well with this. But when you got people that are like that guy that just won $117,000, you got a lot of money on the line in these games, and you got a running back that goes down early because that's what's best for his team.
And you've lost your life savings.
Yeah, and these guys are right, exactly. They're gonna do some crazy things, and and it's not good. But this is the bed that all professional leagues have made to make money off gambling.
100%. Hey, and I'll say this. This is that what Braden just covered is like the big problem. In this like particular problem right here, this is I would assume, because I would assume most older folks like my age aren't the ones getting to hold the Twitter account, because generally we don't know what we're doing. I'm willing to bet here's all he's thinking about is the type of clicks he can get with something outrageous he said, not thinking about the ramifications of what was actually posted on TikTok.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, how can I get the likes? How can I get the clicks for
by
this?
misleading everyone on purpose?
1,000%. And it works every time. Advertisers reward it, and so it keeps happening. And it's I hate to say it, but it's gonna at some point involve somebody's life, and then at that point, people are gonna be like appalled. I can't believe this happened. Well,
I mean, it's already done that, and we're just.
If you're paying attention, you would have known it's coming.
People do what's incentivized, and that's in like all aspects of life.
Well, that's why I'm gonna jump in right here. It doesn't have to do with gambling, but off of what Braden said about incentives, I'll ask you the question, Tony. Did you see the news that the Pirates DFA'd Rowdy Tellez today?
Yes, of course I saw it. And he had a bonus coming his way that he was about to attain.
He was 4 plate appearances away from a $200,000 incentive.
Oh, get out of here, Pirates.
Do we smell anything fishy going on here is the question?
You don't need
smelling
to smell
anything.
It.
They're delivering it to all of us.
They're showing it to you. Yeah, they're like bringing it to your living room.
That's a bad smelling pierogi coming from Pittsburgh right now.
I tell you what, they better be drafting and developing, because ain't nobody going to sign there. Nobody. Like, these are the type of things. Definitely ain't going to get a veteran to sign there, ever.
Circus organizations doing circus things.
And there'll be no agent is going to allow their client to take an incentive-based contract with them ever again.
Well, okay, so let me extrapolate a little bit. You talk about no free agents signing there. What about when it comes to retaining your own talent long term? I'm looking at in the direction of a very talented young pitcher who they may want to lock up long term.
Who's that?
Well, I mean, they
I know.
The rookie of the year runner-up.
they eventually got to Brian Reynolds, who was guy beforehand. So
he had to put his foot down, though.
He did.
He demanded a trade.
It took a long time for him to get there, but eventually he got where he wanted. Paul Skeens won't be a Pirate. I can guarantee it. Right now, you hear it here first. He won't be a Pirate when it comes time for that. He'll be gone. In the same
Not
way,
beyond his rookie contract, you're saying.
In the same way, Garrett Cole was up out of there. They moved him too. Same thing. It's the same exact thing.
Tyler Glasnow.
That's going to happen. Glasnow didn't even get to the big leagues, I don't think, before they moved him. But I'm just saying, Garrett Cole, it was pretty obvious he was going to be who he was once he got up out of Pittsburgh. Sure enough, went to Houston, became the best pitcher in the league.
So Pittsburgh is the place where you start your career, but it's definitely not the place where you make your money in your career.
If the proof is there.
The proof is in the pudding.
They had
Barry
an MVP
Bonds.
who left.
Yeah, Barry Bonds.
We could go down a list.
McCutchen left and then came back.
McCutchen is who I was talking about.
Yeah, he
recently.
was the MVP. Yeah. All right, that's it for the Daily Gambit. I did want to quickly mention that the World Series winner odds, the Dodgers are plus 325, the Phillies plus 450, Yankees plus 450, Astros plus 800, and Orioles plus 1100. The Padres are at plus 1200. So I still think those are great
Benjamins
odds.
on that.
You serious? Yeah, put down those Benjamins on that, everybody, because I think if the Padres win the World Series, you put down $100, you win $1,200.
You could be like Adam Klug when Ben Higgins wears a polo, proper polo.
Jump through the roof.
That's right.
Or don't bet on it. Save your money.
Yeah.
That way you're not upset and want to call one of the Padres if it doesn't happen.
Invest in the stock market.
Right.
Real estate in California is a lot better.
Do something better than gamble.
All right, that is it for.
Go ahead, Skraby. Take us to the break, dog.
All right, we got to talk about real quick before you leave, Tony. You're going to be with us until 4 p.m. and then you'll be back for the Big Five.
I'm not going to be with you guys until 4 p.m. I have to go to the
bus
I know. At 4 p.m.
Yes, we are taking care of everyone. But anyway, when we get back, we'll talk about Monday Night Football and something that has not been done in at least 84 years happened last night. That's next on 97.3 The Fan.
From the 97.3 The Fan Traffic Center, here's Kelly Dent.
some of the things that we talk about in the break, I mean, you guys are all mad at me now.
Skraby, you
Stop talking,
boy,
dude. Just
A
stop
wild
talking.
boy.
Stop
A wild boy.
man.
talking.
I was referencing a...
No,
just stop.
Just stop.
I know,
Stop.
I'm not going to...
Stop.
Okay, fine. All right,
Just
fine.
Wow.
the
Wild
hole that
boy,
you have
man.
Dug?
the hole that you have dug.
I've digged a big hole,
If you,
okay?
yeah, the hole that you have dug, you're not going to get yourself out of.
Baseball coverage on 97.3 The Fan is
Good
presented
call.
by
Good
T-Mobile.
call.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on an iPhone 16 Pro. Now, before break, I told everyone that there was something that happened in the Monday Night Football game that hasn't happened since at least 84 years, and here it is. The Commanders and the Bengals combined for 0 punts and 0 turnovers in the game last night, which is like astronomically, it seems impossible. So that is the big stat. Since 1940, they haven't had a game like this, which kind of surprises me. But last night's game was really fun, and not the Bills and the Jags. That was not very fun. The Commanders and the Bengals, very fun. Huge fan of Jaden Daniels now.
First, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think the the Commander.
Chris Ellis
punter
on vacation.
has punted all year. He hasn't even got a chance to play. I don't believe this season.
Really?
So, yeah.
Maybe
so,
Caleb Williams was talking about him when he
yeah, when he said his punter's not going to have to punt. Yes.
Yeah. So, there's that.
Yeah, there is
That's all
that.
I got.
But were you able to watch the game last night, guys? Because I thought the end of the game showed me. It showed me that Jaden Daniels is for real. He was able to do things.
You're telling me the guy that won a Heisman
don't usually do it.
Guy that won a Heisman Trophy last year is for real?
Well, yeah, Bryce Young won a Heisman Trophy, and then he was the number
We
one
already
overall
talked
pick.
about that.
We're going to talk about it at 3:40.
Oh, yes, right. We haven't talked about it.
We talked about it off air during the break.
Yes, that's what we
right.
did.
He's good. Well, you know what I think and I'm a big fan of him calling the offense, but Cliff Kingsbury's he's a great offensive mind that has a perfect quarterback for his system over there in Washington in Daniels. I mean, you saw him cook with those type of players in college. I think he's going to do some great things. And there's a lot of guys that are really good coordinators that don't have what it takes to be head coaches. So I think the mix of not only Jaden Daniels being really good, but I think they got a good system for him, and I think he's set up for success in Washington. They've looked pretty good in all 3 of their games, including the loss at Tampa.
That's crazy. I forgot Cliff Kingsbury was even there.
He's their OC.
He went to Thailand for a year and then came back.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense then. I mean, because Daniels looks super comfortable. Like, he don't look like any of this is new to him right now.
No.
At least the portion that I saw. I didn't watch the whole game, to be fair. Though.
Well, I mean, he was dropping passes to Terry McLaurin that, like, it would be a great pass for a great quarterback to make. Terry McLaurin finally woke up this season. I think he had, 30 yards heading into that game.
Is he on your fantasy team too?
No, he's not.
He was on my team last year.
I'm a huge Terry McLaurin fan, so I wanted to see him get going. But Jaden Daniels was almost perfect last night. He went 21 for 23 for 254 yards and 2 touchdowns and 39 rushing yards on 12 carries. So the Commanders might be for real, at least the Commanders' offense.
I wonder if Tony remembers the one piece of fantasy football advice I gave him right as I was walking out of the studio on the night of his draft.
Do you remember, Tony?
I don't.
Draft Jaden Daniels?
Punt quarterback, wait on Jaden Daniels.
Did you, Tony?
I don't remember.
I don't think
he
you did.
tunes out everything I say anyways. It doesn't matter.
That's true.
With this, see, this is my problem. I got 3 leagues this year, which was just, I'm so irritated that I didn't listen to myself and didn't do one of these leagues. Gosh.
3 leagues is my max. I can't do any more than that. I mean, 3's pushing it.
Wait, guys, you're going to get called by the chat. You're going to get called first world problems because that's what happened yesterday. When I said that SoFi needed air conditioning, I got crushed for it.
It's an open air facility, Skraby. Why does
it's
it need...
not though.
It is. It's an open air facility.
Yeah, it's
when there's
air.
lightning, the game gets postponed. It's an open air facility.
It's not funneled down to the field. That is for sure. Anyway, We got to get the break.
Hey, just because your Niners were making you sweat doesn't mean it's hot down
It wasn't
there.
because of that.
That's all it was, is that they were getting taxed.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Your
They
body
were not
temp
getting
went up.
taxed.
Slowly blowing the game to the little brother Rams in that division. And all of a sudden, Skraby got sweaty. They need
You know what,
AC in
Bray?
here.
You know what, Bray? We're going to have
I
to
hate
have
you,
you on a
Braden.
little more
No,
often.
I'm done with him. He's done. He's off the show forever.
I'm enjoying the roasting right now.
I
This
am
is fun.
not. I am not enjoying the roasting. I don't know how all this happens all the time.
Well, during the break, it set yourself up for some roasting.
Yeah, you did.
You set
deserve
yourself up,
this.
dude.
I didn't say anything wrong. We're going to go to break, and
Wow,
we're never
boy.
going to mention what happened in the last break
Wild
again.
boy, he said it
And when we get back, we are going to try something new. It's called Who's to Blame? And you'll
Skraby.
find out all about it next on 97.3 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ben.
Mediterranean food, try Spiro's for authentic Mediterranean cuisine in Coronado or La Jolla. For dining or takeout options, visit spiroscuisine.com. All right, enough of you on the chat having fun with all of the things that we talked about last segment. And thank you, Sergio, for saying leave Skraby alone. I appreciate that. We have a new segment here. Braden, Tony, and I did it, and it's called Who's to Blame? So I'll explain on the other side of traffic.
From the 97.3 The Fan Traffic Center, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is brought to you by Air Max, San Diego's highest-rated heating and air company. Visit them at airmax.com. Not a bad start for our afternoon drive. Just this one problem in the North County on the College Boulevard on-ramp to westbound 78, a collision. Looking for the best in HVAC? Choose Air Max, San Diego's highest-rated heating and air company with free diagnostics on all repairs and estimates. See why over 1,300 happy customers have given Air Max 5-star Yelp reviews. See Air Max today at airmax.com. And Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
All right, guys, we're going to try something new here, and it could be one and done, like my game last week was one and done. But this one I think is going to be a little bit more fun because we get to blame someone for everything that's on this list. We have 5 topics, and we'll go through and see who's to blame. So let's get started with you, Braden. And we're going to start like this. Who's to blame for the White Sox losing most likely more than 120 games this season?
That'd be Jerry Reinsdorf, the owner of the Chicago White Sox, for the organization that he has put together. And I have talked to some people that have been part of this White Sox organization. It is a hellhole for a lot of the minor leaguers in that organization, for players that are coming through. One player that was a part of the White Sox this year that's no longer part of the White Sox said just trying to get extra work in was a chore for most of the coaches as part of that organization, of just trying to get some extra BP or work. It was like, I can't believe we have to do that. The scouting reports are so archaic for the Chicago White Sox. A lot of the minor leaguers asked for a trade at the deadline because they couldn't handle being part of this organization, and it's a lot more than just losing ball games. So the organization that Jerry Reinsdorf has run in Chicago and the pieces that he has brought in to run this organization from the top all the way down, it is a organizational problem. It's not just the players on the team. A lot of those guys, unfortunately, drew the short stick on being part of that org, and the guys that end up leaving talk about how much better they are in different organizations. So I'm going to go with the owner, Jerry Reinsdorf, for what he has created over there in Chicago.
Tony, what do you think? Who's to blame for the White Sox losing most likely more than 120 games?
Jerry's probably a piece of that, but I think this is a group project, and I'm not talking about the group that's there now. They've only been there this season. In some sense, I'm looking at the big league side, right? Because honestly, at the minor league level, and I'm positive that they don't have the same amenities that a lot of the other teams have. It's just about going out there and performing, like go and do your job. So, the minor leaguers, if anything, as a minor leaguer, the organization I'm going to have a chance to get to the big leagues the fastest is probably going to be like the White Sox, right? I think they have guys on that roster that have, I think the most is like 3.5 years of service time. So, whereas you might get into a better organization that can't quite, that has a bunch of guys there that you're not going to ever move. So from that standpoint, I would think it as a place you want to be, but you can clearly see there's a breakdown just based on the kind of dynamic, not just in the minor leagues, but I'm only talking about the big leagues because I don't know what's going on in the minor leagues. But that is, you look at the fact that they had lost 20 consecutive series, right? I mean, that is one of those things that has kind of marinated throughout the organization. So, yes, Jerry Reinsdorf is a part of it. It's all the way from the top down. Certainly, not having the best coaches doesn't help you at all. And in terms of instructing down on the minor league side, and Grady Sizemore is being asked, and basically what I did hear was that these guys enjoy playing for him. So maybe that's a step in the right direction, but there's a whole lot to fix for the White Sox. Everybody's to blame.
I blame Tony La Russa. Ever since he got hired to this organization, they've had some trouble. I mean, they were going to go to the World Series years ago. It didn't happen. They blew up the team. Now they're losing a bunch of games. And Tony La Russa is in my crosshairs. All right, Tony, you're going to be up first on this one. Who's to blame for the current Royals collapse? If you don't know, the Kansas City Royals are sitting in the third wildcard spot. They're 2-8 in their last 10, and they've lost 7 in a row.
I don't know that this qualifies as a collapse.
Mini collapse.
No one was talking about the Kansas City Royals when this year started. Quite frankly, they weren't even talking about them. They were barely talking about them at the break. I mean, we were talking a lot about Bobby Witt Jr., but this team, in my opinion, has overachieved a little bit. And despite their 2-8 record in the last 10, they're still in this. And so, even if they don't end up being in the playoffs, I just don't know that I'm comfortable calling it a collapse.
Okay.
They were second place, I think, in the division at best, and have kind of fallen down a little bit. Where they third in that division now, or fourth. I think Detroit actually caught them. So, I think I don't know that this is a collapse, though. They haven't played well, but I don't know that they were expected to be there when it was all said and done.
I can't blame Bobby Witt Jr., my guy who won me the double title in the fantasy championships. I'm just going to... I don't think there's anyone to blame here, really. Just a little bit of bad baseball being played at the wrong time. But Tony's probably right. They overachieved all season long. That's all I really got on this one. Braden?
Yeah, I mean, if you start looking at some of their splits, it's not drastically different. But I will say, I mean, in the month of September, they've hit 212 as a club, and they were hitting over 270 in every other month, with the exception of June. So bats got a little cold there in the last month of the season, but the Royals are still probably going to make the playoffs. The bigger collapse is the Minnesota Twins, if you want to consider that a collapse.
Yes,
I mean, they have kind of fallen apart down the stretch in a spot where they thought they were going to make the playoffs, and now they're on the outside looking in right now. And with the Tigers already winning earlier today, they continue to add to their lead. Now a half game up on Kansas City, and Minnesota 1.5 behind Detroit and a game behind KC. We talk about the National League wild card a lot just because we're focused on it a lot more, but the American League wild card is going to come down to the final weekend too. Minnesota game out behind Kansas City, and Seattle's 1.5 games out with 6 to play and 5 to play for Detroit. So it should be a wild finish for both wild cards at the end of the weekend.
All right, we're cruising through this nicely. I'm up first on this one. Who's to blame for college sports being the way it is? And my answer is all of those greedy people at the top. The guys who run the SEC, the guys who run the college football playoff, the guys who run all of those conferences that are pocketing all the money and then turning around and putting the surcharge on the Tennessee fans for having to pay their players for NIL. So this is easy for me. College sports is the way it is because of greedy human beings. Braden.
Well, I think it's a lot of, there's a lot of greed to be involved with this as well, but it is, it's a business, and when things get popular, the suits show up to collect some money, and there's different people to find money, and lawyers and everything start leeching off of a lot of these situations. But, I think the biggest thing is really, and here's going to be a different take for you guys. I think it's the coaches not wanting to play big games that has created this, environment of conference realignment and trying to force a lot of big matchups to happen. Because at the end of the day, college football makes all their money from television because people watch on television, and they keep moving everything around because they want the best matchups and with the biggest fan bases because they make the most money on those particular matchups. And that's why you have all this division with college athletics, and you got Cal being in the ACC, and you got the Big 12 having schools like Arizona in it, and being conference mates with UCF, which make no sense, and everything's just kind of unraveling right now for college football, which has made a huge impact on a lot of sports that shouldn't be impacted by this. So, I think it's on a lot of these schools for not wanting to play. But in reality, it's probably because of the schools that have the most fan bases or the biggest fan bases. They're the ones that want to keep all the money, and everybody else has to try to fight to get their own exchange. And it's created a big problem in college athletics that goes all the way down to all the players that feel like they're putting all their time and effort in and not getting the same kind of love. So I'm going to go with the kind of what Skraby was saying. Some of the top leagues wanting to save all the money for themselves and not spread the wealth.
Greedy. Tony, who's to blame for college sports being the way it is?
Yeah, see, I think that take is short-sighted, and here's why. It wasn't all it as the way. I mean, it's short-sighted in terms of the why, right? Because it's complex. I think it starts with, yes, the money and how much money is being made. It used to be that you get to the college football BCS bowl games, that's where the money was, right? Then it shifted. And you can make the argument it started to shift as, streaming, how we started viewing games differently. As that started to approach, then it became a shift to, as Braden said, how do we get the best matchups in game? But you can make the argument for teams in the SEC, it's always been that way. They had, but yet we've still seen them as well move. It was a strategic way to get through your schedule so that you could have one or none losses and be able to get that pot of gold at the end. And then you have the issue with basically the collegiate athletes being basically suppressed in what they could make, and you let that go on for years and years and years and years, and now there's this buildup where that collegiate athlete ain't taking a dime less than what they should get, and they're going to keep putting that pressure on. And so you got all this kind of come together at once, which leads us to this big heaping mess we have now.
Yes. All right. 2 more to go, and we're going to start with you, Braden. Who's to blame for the Bryce Young situation in Carolina?
I think it's the Carolina Panthers to blame for the situation.
Well, yes, but who's to blame within the Carolina Panthers?
It's the Carolina Panthers organization for drafting him in the first place.
Okay, there we go.
Because here's the thing with Bryce Young, Bryce Young, I watched him play in person when Alabama played Tennessee. I said that's the most athletic guy in the field. But at the same time, just looking at his size, I'm like, this guy's not going to survive in the National Football League with the size that he is, knowing that whatever team drafts him is not going to have a good offensive line. That's why they're drafting early in the NFL draft. But you look at a guy like Bryce Young. Bryce Young had the best offensive line in the country in high school, going to modern day up in Santa Ana. They have the best line every year because they're the best football team in high school football every single year. And then what happens? Bryce Young then goes to Alabama. And Alabama's got the best offensive line in the country. And they also have the best team in the country with a lot of weapons around. Then you throw this guy to the Wolves in Carolina with a lousy O-line last year, although it's gotten a lot better. And now all the weapons are different. I mean, you basically set this guy up for failure from out of the get-go because you wanted to draft, the sexy pick of, well, he's the Heisman Trophy winner without doing your homework. I always thought, and I said on the draft show that we did a couple years ago, that C.J. Stroud is the most prolific quarterback in the National Football League's draft that year because he had the measurables. And even though Bryce Young is he's a great football player, in the National Football League, it's more than just that. Just like in college, it's more than just having the best high school players move up. And so, for me, I just think Carolina was a little overzealous on how good they thought Bryce Young was going to be, and they didn't surround him with any help. And that's why you're in the situation that you're in Carolina.
Tony, who's to blame for the Bryce Young situation in Carolina?
The owner, Tepper, and every coach that he's hired. I think none of this is on Bryce Young. And I don't think they were overzealous in drafting him. I think they were dumb in everything they've done after. They haven't even tried. I shouldn't say that. This year, as Braden said, has gotten a little better, but it's still not good enough. And when you take a full year of beatdown, and then you change coaches, we've seen this story before, and I don't think it has anything to do with Bryce Young. We saw it with Alex Smith. In some ways, we saw it with Baker Mayfield. We've seen it with a lot of guys. We've seen it with Sam Darnold. He's experiencing it in real time. Like, he went through that same organization. Both of those quarterbacks went through that organization. They both had the same result. They both got beat up. And so they're in systems, A, that they've been in for a little bit, so they're playing better. But B, they went to organizations that understood what it would take for them to be successful. Clearly, the Panthers don't have that. And I hope for Bryce Young's sake, he gets out of there and gets a new start someplace else.
Yeah, who's to blame for Bryce Young's situation in Carolina? Well, that would be, as you said, Tony, the owner, David Tepper, because that guy he fires everyone on a whim. I mean, he hired the guy the head coach who drafted Bryce Young was fired mid-year. Bryce Young has not had much of a chance in Carolina, and I agree that he would probably be better suited going somewhere else and finding an actual team that's willing to let him develop instead of just throw him under the bus. But the Carolina Panthers, if I'm a fan of theirs, I'm so angry at the ownership situation because that guy is not going to win with the way he does things.
Circus organizations do circus organization things.
There you go.
Which is the same as the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yes, let's go to the last one. We got to hurry up on this one. Tony, you're up. Who's to blame for the Bengals' 0-3 start?
We blame a lot of owners on this segment. That's right, though.
Probably the organization again. I mean, think about it. I mean, my guy, they have fostered in the kind of disorganization on their own. Not getting the Jamar Chase thing. That's lingered for however long. And this was going to be, and here's what happens when you don't take care of the dudes on the team as adults in that locker room. They start to think to themselves, okay, this is how it's going to be when it's my turn. And therefore, you aren't going to get the best effort out of the dudes who are in that locker room. Professional sports is a very fickle thing, right? Everybody is down to do what they have to do. As long as they feel like at the end of the day, you got their back. You're going to take care of them. The moment in sports they stop feeling like that, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. And so, I think there might have been some grace period, right? Because Burrow got broke off, didn't he?
Yes.
So, there's like, okay, well, maybe things are changing. And here we are. Jamar Chase, basically, according to him, not being told the truth. And so guys start to see that, and I think it affects on the field eventually.
It is the organization to blame here because of the Jamar Chase situation. But I also think it's unfair of me, but I'm going to do it anyway. It's Jamar Chase in a little way to blame too because he didn't practice all preseason and he came into the year. It's kind of like Brandon Ayuk is definitely to blame for him being terrible this year, but they didn't have any practice, and you can't substitute the preseason football for trying to get going during the season. And it's unfair of me to put it on Jamar Chase, but I think
it's not stopping you, apparently.
It's not stopping me, but he did win me a fantasy matchup, so in the end, it's the organization.
Oh, wait, hold on. Do you have Jamar Chase in your fantasy team?
It's the organization.
That's why he picked this gripe.
All right.
I'm going
real quick, Brady. Yeah,
I'm going with the organization. I've seen him on Hard Knocks enough. The Brown family is just like the Spanos family. It's a lot of families that inherit the teams throughout the years that don't buy the team, that want to put the effort in. They're a circus organization. They always have been, and they always will be. They didn't protect Joe Burrow, got him hurt the first couple of years. They haven't done a good job with the offensive line, and they're cheap. Even though in the National Football League with a salary cap, cheap organizations don't have success.
Yes. All right. I think that went well. We might be doing that again. And coming up next, actually, we're going to be playing trivia, but it's going to be Braden versus the fans today.
Oh, man. I'm not going to
So I finally get to ask trivia. You're not good at trivia? Well, that's a good thing for all of you out there. Give us a call, 833-288-0973.
The Navy midshipmen head east for a conference showdown with the UAB Blazers in Birmingham. Our coverage begins with kickoff Saturday morning at 9 a.m. Navy football plays here on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
A late night under? I'm Sammy P, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. UCLA is dreadful this season, and now one of the top teams in the Big Ten, Oregon, comes to town this weekend. The BetQL model is focused on the total. BetQL has under 55.5.
You, Braden Surprenant with you as well. Tony Gwynn Jr. will return for the Big Five at 4:40. We still got a lot ahead. We have Sam Levitt's going to join us from Dodger Stadium around 5:40. I know that Mike Schilt has his media availability around 5:10. So right after that, Sam Levitt's going to come up and talk with Braden and myself. I got to thank Adam, though, real quick, because Adam always does this. He always goes like, no, don't thank me. The guy's here all the time, and he's going to be here from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. the next 3 days running the board for the midday show and for this show. So everybody out there, if you're not driving, give him a round of applause because he deserves it. And Adam's telling me to stop it, so I will. But the Padres lineup is out. Thank you.
Charge.
And it's time for us to figure out who is playing tonight. Luis Arraez leading off and DHing. Fernando Tatis Jr. batting second, playing right field. Jurickson Profar playing left field, batting third. Manny Machado playing third, hitting fourth. Jackson Merrill hitting fifth, playing center field. Bogarts in the shortstop position at number 6. Cronenworth, number 7, playing second base. And then you have Donovan Solano playing first base tonight at the 8th spot, and Kyle Higashioka catching for the Padres tonight in the 9th spot. We have Michael King pitching for the Padres tonight, and Landon Knack is going to be pitching for the Dodgers. He's 3-4, 3.39 ERA with 61 strikeouts. Here's the Dodgers lineup. Ohtani DHing, as we know. Betts. Wait a second.
My thoughts on the Dodger lineup.
Okay. I did not expect that. That was hilarious.
I was hoping we had some sound effect of the organs you play, the lineup sounder that was just like in slow motion.
No, I need to get one of those.
But I saw that, and so I pushed it.
It works. It works for me.
Proceed.
Ohtani, Betts, Freeman, Hernandez, Muncy, Will Smith, Tommy Edman, Gavin Lux, and Miguel Rojas playing tonight. Now, we were talking a little bit earlier, Braden, about the bottom half of the Chris always gets mad at me for this. Is the 5 through 9 part of the order the bottom half of the order or the top half of the order? Because I think 5 through 9 in the order is the bottom half, right? I don't know.
The bottom half
Chris
of the
always
lineup.
gets mad at me for that.
What does he think it is?
I would have to wait for him to get back because he corrects me all the time. Anyway, we were talking about the Dodgers' bottom half of the lineup earlier, and you made the point that no one in the bottom half of the lineup scares anyone for the Dodgers. Now, here's the bottom half of the lineup for the Padres. Merrill, Bogarts, Cronenworth, Solano, and Higashioka. The Dodgers, Muncy, Smith, Edman, Lux, and Rojas. I mean, it's a clear win for me that the Padres have a better 5 through 9.
Well, I think so. The Dodgers drastically improved it at the deadline with Tommy Edman being a 7-hitter. That's pretty good for Los Angeles. Gavin Lux is okay, struggled. But he's struggled at 244. Miguel Rojas, he probably doesn't have too many at bats, but I'd take the Padres guys, and their numbers are relatively the same, if not better, with the exception of Higashioka. I really like the lineup for the Padres today. Arraez leading off, Tatis 2, Profar 3. I thought when Tatis came back, putting him in the 2-hole is a good spot. Leave Machado in the 4, where he's been hitting the majority of the time. But I still think they really need a 3-hitter. And so maybe Fernando in the playoffs could be the 3-hitter for the Padres. You put Profar in 2. The Padres really haven't had a 3-hitter all year. They've gone with Profar sometimes because he had a good year. They've had Cronenworth. I thought at the beginning of the year, I said it on opening day while we were at Baja Ricks, I said, if Jake Cronenworth is your 3-hitter at the end of the season, you're in trouble. I mean, he's more at the bottom half of the order in terms of and that's not a knock on Jake. That's just what you need if you want to be a playoff team. And, Jake Cronenworth batting 7th is great for the Padres. Donovan Solano being an 8-hitter is great for the Padres.
Really is.
And Higashioka might be in there just to catch Michael King. They have that camaraderie from the Yankees days and, throughout the season. So I don't mind him in the 9th spot, but I would imagine more times than not that Elias Diaz will be in there to be the catcher for the Padres in playoff mode. But really like the lineup. I'd probably switch to Tatis and Profar at 2 and 3, but that we're just picking at hairs right now.
Yeah, picking at hairs or splitting.
We're
hairs.
splitting hairs. With those two spots.
Here, don't sleep on Jurickson Profar because Jurickson Profar had a pretty bad 20-game stretch or so from August 22nd, I think, until September 4th. In the last 15 games, Jurickson Profar is hitting .345 with 3 home runs, 6 walks, and he has an OPS of 995. So Jurickson Profar is starting to make his way back to the Jurickson Profar we saw earlier in the year. Fernando Tatis Jr. in the last 15 games, hitting .311 with 6 home runs, 11 RBIs, 2 stolen bases, and 2 walk-offs. And I don't know if it's the last 15 games, but Fernando, it's kind of crazy to me that both of his walk-off hits have happened in the last month. I would have thought he had much more than that.
Well, he hadn't a walk-off at all, and then he got 2 in 13 games, which was nice.
And I think that the thing now is for
That's
the guys
baseball.
that tear his shirt off, because at the game on Friday, I believe he was trying hard not to get his shirt torn off or his jersey torn off, but they accomplished their mission anyway. All right, it's time for Braden versus the fans. It's just like Chris versus the fans, but Braden is going to be playing, and you're going to be qualified for a chance to win our grand prize, a 2-night stay at Wynn or Encore Las Vegas, and 2 tickets to see Awakening. Awakening, the thrilling spectacle at Wynn Las Vegas, dazzles audiences with soaring aerialists, bounding acrobats, high-energy choreography, and comedic moments. At the heart of this compelling story, a hero must confront the forces of light and darkness in a quest to save the world. A mythic adventure unfolds set amid the most technologically immersive theater ever designed. Tickets are on sale now at awakening.com. Also, you will walk away with these tickets if you win. You're going to win a pair of tickets to Eric Clapton at Pechanga Arena on October 8th. Limited tickets remain at axs.com.
If you had one shot, one opportunity to take down the human almanac himself,
Howdy do.
now is your time.
Listen to me, this guy is dangerous.
Now is your opportunity to win a prize.
Well, I hope you know what you're in for.
Chris versus the fans starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
The rules. You have to make it through 3 questions. Each question will get more difficult. If you get the question right, you move on. If you get it wrong and Braden gets it right, me, Ron Burgundy again, you are eliminated. If Braden gets it wrong, then you move on to the next question or you win. And if you're a first-time player... Thanks, guys. Just let me know before the first question. And you'll get that question for free today. And Chris versus the fans is presented by SD Fat Loss. Lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 60 days. Visit sdfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation. All right, all of that is said. Let's go to our first contestant. Let's go to Javier in Chula Vista. Javier, are you ready to play,
here,
sir?
How are you doing?
Good.
I'm ready.
All right, here we go. Question number 1. Who leads baseball in home runs so far this year?
Aaron Judge.
Aaron Judge is correct. Now, question number 2. When the Cleveland Browns relocated after the 1995 season, what city did they move to?
They became the Baltimore Ravens.
The Baltimore Ravens is correct. Wow. Javier's just running through these questions right now. All right, third and final question. You get this right or Braden gets it wrong, and you are qualified for the trip to Las Vegas, and you will get those Eric Clapton tickets. What 2 teams played in Super Bowl 41 that featured Prince's famous halftime performance in the rain?
41. Let's just say it was the Patriots and the Eagles.
Patriots and the Eagles is incorrect. I don't know how Braden's Super Bowl halftime knowledge is, but Braden, what 2 teams played in Super Bowl 41 that featured Prince's famous halftime performance in the rain?
I have no idea.
You have an idea.
I don't. I have no idea. I cannot keep track of what Super Bowl teams were in what years.
Thank you,
I have no idea.
Thank you, Adam. All right, well, that's it. Man, Javier gets the win. He gets Eric Clapton tickets. He gets the qualification. It was a pretty bad game.
Super
the Colts
Bowl
and the
41.
Bears.
Oh, really?
Colts and the Bears.
It was that old?
Yeah.
I thought that was a more recent one.
We named the starting quarterbacks.
Rex Grossman, Peyton
Manning, for sure.
Thank you, Javier. Hang on the line. We're going to get your information in the break.
What year was this? 2007?
Sure.
2007. I was in 6th grade.
No, this was one of the worst Super Bowls ever because Rex Grossman, I believe, sacked himself a few times. It was raining.
Didn't they take the opening kickoff back to the house?
Devin Hester did.
Yeah.
The other thing in this game that I thought was fun was actually Prince's halftime show was pretty cool. He sang "Purple Rain" in the rain, and everybody thought that was great. I believe that Super Bowl was in Miami.
It was in one of the Florida.
Can I give an unpopular opinion?
Yes.
I don't like Prince.
I don't mind that.
I think he's all right.
I don't mind that. I mean, is the chat going to go crazy on you now
Probably.
because you said
Don't
that?
at me. It's fine. Like, I'm not into him.
All right. Well,
I was 12 years old when that Super Bowl happened. No wonder I had no idea.
My goodness, you were 12 years. I feel really old.
I was in 6th grade. I was 12.
Oh my gosh.
No
Junior says,
no wonder
overrated,
I don't remember.
Adam. Tyler said, how could you? Matt says, not unpopular, just bad.
That's right. That was the year
fine.
that
I
the
can take
Chargers
it.
should have went.
And McKee, Klug, how dare you? Tyler, amazing guitarist, vocalist, lyricist. What's not to love? Flanders also said that was the same year that Marlon McCree fumbled.
Yeah, that's what I saw that.
What music are you into, Adam?
So a lot of people checked out.
Yes, Adam Paul
100%
is
did.
asking this. What music are you into, Adam?
I like a little bit of everything. I listen to a lot of rap. I like Red Hot Chili Peppers, Pearl Jam. I like a lot of rock stuff. Dave Matthews. I mean, I listen to a lot of stuff. I just don't like bad music.
Oh man, see, I can't even go there. I hope
got
Woods
some
is
good
listening
songs.
right now. I don't know what how he feels about Prince. Do you know how he feels?
I
about
know
Prince?
Annie loves Prince.
Annie
so.
Halbrin
loves Prince.
I mean, a lot of people do. Derek is saying, Klug, are you serious? Adam says, Red Hot Chili Peppers are terrible. Give Klug the shovel now. Oh,
I mean, is there a
we've
worse
passed
song
off the hole digging to Adam.
Is there
He's digging himself a hole.
Is there a worse song than Party Like It's 1999?
That is a good song. Come on.
No, it's not.
Da, da,
It's not a bad song.
Can you find it? Do we have it in the system? Because it's pretty good.
Is Prince better than Michael Jackson?
I don't know. Michael
think
Jackson.
so.
I'm sure they both did weird things in their spare time. This is a good song. I don't understand how you cannot like this song.
I'm not like a huge Prince fan. Like, I'm not going to listen to a bunch of Prince, but the songs that he
Okay.
has that I like.
Uriel, you need to calm down a little bit. He said Adam's attitude sucks. I don't like that. It's just an opinion, Uriel.
Just because I'm saying I don't like a popular artist?
Yeah, I don't get that either. I like this song, so people pretend to like Prince to seem like they know music. Exactly. I don't claim to know music,
Exactly.
so I'm the least musical person probably in this room.
I respect all music.
I listen to Slipknot. I listen to...
Yeah, you got the headbanger stuff, don't you?
I'll listen to that.
March
System of a Down.
March of
whatever.
Mephisto. There's a lot of things I listen to. Oh, gosh. Cradle of Filth is another
Have
great
you
one.
listened to the new Linkin Park with the new singer?
I have not.
They have a new Linkin Park.
Yeah, they have a new singer.
They have a female singer now.
Yes, and
Really?
I have not heard it. Is it good?
I've heard it.
I'm going to have to go
Is
listen
it better
to some
than
of that.
Prince?
Am
Am I asking the wrong person?
You're asking the wrong person.
Wow, Linkin
Low
Park
bar.
with the new singer is
Yeah.
better than Prince.
All right.
You heard it here first. Not from me.
Braden, 0 for 1 in his first foray into Braden versus the fans. We'll play again tomorrow.
In my defense, my knowledge is not as abound because I haven't been on this planet as long as Chris.
Well, no one has. I mean, he's the oldest living human being in the world. Come on, we all know that. When we get back, I'm going to tell you something about the Rookie of the Year award that might also be absolutely. That
There
might
you go.
also be an unpopular opinion, and we're also going to update you on our Odyssey Fantasy Football League when we get back here on 97.3 The Fan.
From
entry into Braden versus the fans, but we really got more from Adam than anything else. I mean, Adam is getting crushed on the chat right now for his Prince take.
I Need Money goes, I'd rather listen to Joe Davis call baseball games than listen to Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Well,
I Need Money is just on Adam for his Red Hot Chili Peppers.
That's just
thing.
crazy. I mean, I am not a huge fan of Joe Davis. He's a good announcer. He's really good. But I don't know that I like the voice over Red Hot Chili Peppers because everybody knows Red Hot Chili Peppers. Anyway, this is Gwynn and Chris. I am Matt Skraby. That's Braden Surprenant. Adam Klug here as well. Tony Gwynn Jr. will rejoin us for the Big Five here in about 20 minutes or so, and Chris Ello is on vacation. He will be back next week. He actually texted Tony and I today saying that he was in Portland, Maine, and he is now back in the United States of America.
Where did he go again? He went to Canada?
He went to Canada. He did like a little river cruise, I believe.
Oh, wow, river cruise.
Got to see all like these different foliages, I think is how you say it. The different leaves. I don't know that the leaves are changing in September.
They do.
Okay.
Up that way? Yeah.
I didn't know I had an arbor.
Well, I just saw a graphic on that of like where leaves start to change at what month, like on a map, and like by that part of this continent's leaves are already changing.
All right, well, good for Chris. He'll be back in a week, and we'll go from there. Now, I told you before the break that I wanted to talk about something with the Rookie of the Year, and I've seen this thrown around a lot, and I haven't told anyone about this take yet, but I've seen the take that the Rookie of the Year needs a pitcher award and it needs a hitter award. And we are talking about this because Jackson Merrill and Paul Skeens are both up for the Rookie of the Year award in the National League, and both of them are deserving. Paul Skeens has not done anything to go away at all. He's actually, got better, but when you go to MLB.com and you look at the stats page, it still has that whole thing where you can't find his stats because he's not qualified. So that's my thing. But is that he can't even qualify for like an ERA title, so how can he qualify for the other awards like Cy Young and Rookie of the Year? I was on board with having two awards until I thought about it a little bit more. And the reason I don't want two awards is because Rookie of the Year is something that only one person should win in each league. I mean, you could even say it should be one person should win for entire Major League Baseball, but I'm fine with one winning in each league. And the reason is because there is a winner. You have to have one winner, and everybody these days gets a trophy. And I feel like that's a sort of response to two players that maybe deserve the award, is that, oh, hey, they're so good together, each of them need their own award. But I don't want that. There's nothing wrong with having a clear winner or someone that has been voted as the winner of this award. And I don't know how you feel about this, Braden, but I do not want to see two because I'm tired of the everyone gets a trophy mentality.
I don't really care for awards. I think they're dumb. I think they are hype. I think they're dumb. I think awards in sports are dumb. Aside from like the championship trophy at the end, because I think everybody's got their own agenda on these awards that vote for them. It seems like, and I just think it's a popularity contest more times than not. And Paul Skeens is popular because of what he did at LSU, and he dates Livy Dunn and all this other stuff. I think it's kind of ridiculous. Now, from a standpoint for the players' perspective, they have incentives and money incentives for awards. True. So for me, it's like, you know what? Make a Rookie Pitcher of the Year award. Make a Rookie of the Year award for both leagues. I mean, if we're just gonna hand out awards, let's hand out awards. College baseball and college athletics have those all the time. They have the Pitcher of the Year, the Position Player of the Year. They have the Freshman of the Year. They have the Freshman Pitcher of the Year. They separate it because it's two separate entities. To me, if you're going to be giving out an award for Rookie of the Year, I think it needs to be two separate things. I mean, what Paul Skeens does on the mound is drastically different than what Jackson Merrill does at the plate. It's two different levels of competition. You're comparing apples and oranges in this particular case. Give them both an award. Who cares?
Because everybody gets an award then. Let's go to Matt in San Diego. He has an opinion about this. What's up, Matt?
How's it going, guys? Thanks for taking the call.
Of course. What's on your mind?
I don't think they need to split it. It's not a trophy take. That's not my cup of tea necessarily, but it's more. I think this is just a year where there's a really, really good pitcher and a really, really good hitter. I don't think we need to freak out and change the landscape of the award because of a year. Because I guarantee you what would happen. You split the award because, yes, Jackson Merrill and Paul Skeens, if you could split the award, both deserve it at this point. I give Merrill the tip because he played a full season. But inevitably what's going to happen is there's not always a year where there's a hitter and a pitcher who both deserve Rookie of the Year. So you're going to get some rookie who pitched the full year, got 11 wins with a 4.2 ERA, getting pitcher Rookie of the Year because, well, they were the best that was there. I don't think you need to split it and dilute it. And there are years where, Ronald Acuna won the NL Rookie of the Year over Juan Soto. And so, there are always years where there's multiple good guys and someone wins out and someone doesn't. I don't think necessarily because this year is unique, you need to go changing the entire award.
It's a great take, Matt. Thank you for the phone call. I agree. We did this with when the Chiefs and the Bills played in the playoffs a few years ago. Everybody wanted, because I don't think the Bills got a chance to answer after the Chiefs went down and scored. They won the game in sudden death. Everybody wanted to change the playoff format, and it was just because we saw a great game and we didn't really want it to end. I do like that, though, about having Paul Skeens is not going to come around every single year.
Can I add on to that point about there are just some years where there's two deserving guys? In 2022, Ohtani had an 875 OPS. He hit 34 bombs with 95 RBIs and 90 runs scored, while also as a pitcher, right? I had it right here. 2022. He threw 166 innings with a 2.33 ERA. And guess what? He didn't win AL MVP because Aaron Judge won that year when he broke the AL home run record. Ohtani was amazing, and he didn't win MVP. There were two deserving candidates that year.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes...
We didn't freak out and change rules.
I think that's what makes this thing so... because at the end of a career, you're going to look back and you're going to say, oh, Ohtani only won X amount of MVPs. You know what I'm saying, Braden? If you say, okay, Ohtani won, if he has 8 MVPs, but 4 of them were shared, it doesn't really make a difference to me that they're shared. Or if he's the best pitcher or the best hitter, I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying?
I really don't think it's just that. I don't think it's that deep. Just
Am I making this too deep?
Hand out the awards. To
that's
me,
not. That's not how it happens.
But they made relief pitcher of the year for both leagues because the Cy Young wasn't enough. It's not about sports. It's about entertainment. This is an entertainment business, not a sport business. To me, it's. What do people want to see? They want to see entertaining things. People like awards. That's why you have all these dumb award shows all the time.
It's really just us fighting over it.
Hand out the awards. Who cares?
The other thing is in sports, all we do is preach team mentality, and now we're trying to
singular
romanticize individual achievements.
Individual achievements.
Well, if you've watched sports in the last 5 years, there's not a lot of team in sports nowadays.
There's no I in team still. They haven't changed the spelling of the word. All right, let's go to Troop real quick, and then we're going to head to break and get to the Big Five. Troop, you are on. How's it going?
Hey, what's up, guys? Real quick, I heard something the other day that Jackson Merrill won Offensive Rookie of the Month, and I don't remember who won Rookie Pitcher of the Month. I'm not saying that we should do 2, but the MLB already has the format. So, if you're going to have, Jackson Merrill wins Rookie of the Month the entire time, and then Paul Skeens wins it 3 weeks he's been in the majors,
yeah,
then that's not fair. If he doesn't qualify for stats, it's not fair.
Thank you, Troop.
That's what it is.
Thank you.
So later, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thanks very much,
But
Troop.
as I said, awards in sports are not fair. It's about hype, and it's about getting people to talk about your sport, and it's not. That's why I don't like awards. I think it's a waste of everybody's time. So if you're just going to hand out awards because we want to make sure Paul Skeens wins an award because it's good for baseball, then just make the awards. That's what they're for. It's entertainment. It's get people involved. They're trying to make the casuals like the sport. You know who the casuals like? Livy Dunn. Who dates Livy Dunn? Paul Skeens. Give him an award.
Major League Baseball.
They think young people are going to watch the sport if you give Paul Skeens
But
an
here's
award.
the thing about Livy Dunn is at the dog park, this dad who has a daughter who knows nothing about baseball knows all about Paul Skeens because Livy Dunn is dating him. So
it's the same thing with Travis Kelce.
No, I get that. And here's my last point. And the reason that they probably are going to split up these two awards is because they can find two sponsors for the award, and so they can make more money.
You can make money again.
It always comes back to money.
It's
every
not
single
about.
time.
It's not about the sport. It's about entertainment. This is an entertainment business, not a sports business.
They're going to give away the Rolaids NL Rookie of the Year Hitter Award or something like that. That's what's going to happen. All right, we're going to head to the
What are you going to call him if you split him up too? The Rookie of the Year hitter,
rookie pitcher, Rookie Pitcher of the Year.
Oh well, it's got to be the Paul Skeens Award because
that's what it'll be in 15 years when he's done.
I know I'm being a huge hater right now. Huge hater.
I'm anti-awards.
I figured this out. Didn't know that about you.
Same thing with the Hall of Fame. I'm like the Hall of Fame's cool for a museum part, but I can't get into the Hall of Fame discussions. It's a waste of my time.
So when I asked you about someone being a Hall of Famer earlier, you were rolling your eyes at me.
I was like, okay, cool, put him in there.
All right, when we get back, the Big Five, and Major League Baseball had really high attendance numbers this year. We're going to tell you how many fans actually showed up to games this year, and they're going to give their thoughts on why people are going to games. So you'll hear that when we get back here on Gwynn and Chris 97.3 The Fan. 40. Make sure you plan accordingly. They'll be at 7:10. Sammy Levitt is going to be taking over the EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show at 6:10, and he's also going to join us on the show at 5:40 from Dodger Stadium. So a lot still left on the show, including the Big Five, which is after your traffic report.
From the 97.3 The Fan Traffic Center, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is sponsored by Air Max, San Diego's highest-rated heating and air company. Visit them at airmax.com. Crash still in the clearing stage on northbound 15 at Ocean View and northbound side of the 805 at Palomar Street. Just past it. Fire crew still picking up that slow lane, put out a car fire. Also in the North County, westbound 78, Mar Vista off-ramp collision. Looking for the best in HVAC? Choose Air Max, San Diego's highest-rated heating and air company with free diagnostics on all repairs and estimates. See why over 1,300 happy customers have given Air Max 5-star Yelp reviews. See Air Max today at airmax.com. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
It's that time of the show when we check on the latest in sports. Only the most important topics and questions are brought to light.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
These news stories will astound and amaze you. The one, the only.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
The Big Five starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
And for the next couple days, it's going to be a Big Five with Braden Surprenant. Tony, I don't know that we've ever done an edition of the Big Five with Braden before. This is going to be exciting, I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we haven't done anything like this before, so it should be fun.
I've never been part of the Big Five, but
okay, you can confirm it. I should have just come to you first, actually, to see if you've ever done a Big Five.
I've seen it on your Instagram before, and I've listened to it a lot, but I've never been part of the Big Five. It's a great honor to be part of the Big Five.
I mean, this is the longest running segment on the station.
I believe it.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
So do I gotta be like curmudgeon like Chris, or
just go, hey, well, I don't really know about this.
Easy Roz?
Yes. All right. Already off to a weird start here in the Big Five. Not only did the Padres set a single season attendance record, Major League Baseball is up in attendance as well. On the year, MLB games have drawn a total of 68,440,732 fans, which is up 0.7% compared to the same point last year. The first season after a number of rule changes was last year were instituted to improve the pace of play and increase in-game action. This is going to be the first time Major League Baseball has had consecutive years of attendance gains since 2011 and 2012. Tony, why do you think more people are going to games?
They're more entertaining than there have been. You know, the best players are or at least allowing them to showcase themselves in a way. You know, it's not a 4-hour event anymore, or 3-hour and 30-minute event, which is what we were averaging, I believe. So, yeah, I think it's been an all-around good thing. Some of these rule changes have forced the action at least a little bit. I think for the superstars it works. I think the goal is to get kind of a median, you know, in terms of the type of players that are out there. I think we look at the numbers overall, offense is continuing to plummet. And it's really the big dogs kind of holding it up right now to what it is, which isn't much. And I think the game will be better when, you know, the guys who aren't superstars, there's more of those type of guys that impact a game. I think the game will continue to get better that way. How do we get to that point? I'm not sure.
Braden, why do you think more people are going to baseball games?
I think it's a combination of a lot of things. I mean, obviously we're a handful of years now out of COVID, but I think after that experience for a lot of people, I think more people are interested in getting out and enjoying life. But I also think a lot of these teams have done exactly what the Padres have done and made it an event and made it a place to be and a cool place to hang out. And they have all these different, you know, all the venues now have these group seatings and all of these, you know, not casual, but social areas to watch a Major League Baseball game. And it's fun for a lot of people that don't even necessarily like baseball to go hang out at these different parks. And I've been to a handful of different parks this year. Obviously, Tony's been to a lot more. But, when I was in Cincinnati, they had a cool little setup outside the ballpark, just like Petco Park has, and people were hanging out, having a good time. And same thing in the ballpark. Went to Wrigley Field. Now, it's a little bit of a different story. They always love going to games. But I think a lot of people, I think baseball and a lot of their executives at these different ballparks have made their event more than just the baseball game, and it gets a lot of people that are not necessarily diehard baseball fans to go and enjoy, a night out or an afternoon out with baseball kind of being the center circle of it. So I agree with Tony's points on a lot of the rule changes and the play being a lot more entertaining, but also I think a lot of these teams have done a great job of making it a social place to be, each and every night and afternoon.
Wow, that was a great start to the Big Five, Braden. Great answer there.
No, thank you.
Great answer.
Appreciate it.
Tony, anything to add? Nothing?
I think that a lot of that's true, especially the COVID part. People, I think being locked down has changed a lot of people's perspective in terms of getting out and as he said, enjoying life. I'm not sure, though, about the other state. I've been in a lot of these stadiums, man. Nobody's doing it like the Padres are doing it. Now, Cincinnati, which Braden brought up, is a good one. But the common denominator is there's someone for them to go watch, right? At Ellie De La Cruz, I went there last year, went there this year. He is the reason why people are showing up to the ballpark. And I think, you think about stolen bases, you think about some of the things that he's taking advantage of. It forces people out to the park to come watch. In terms of that. In terms of what the Padres do, I honestly, when I say that it's one of a kind, it truly is in terms of the fan experience that you get at Petco. There just isn't any place like it.
Number 4.
Christian McCaffrey is doing what he can to return to the field for the 49ers, even if that means flying overseas. Now, I guess yesterday, head coach Kyle Shanahan said that CMC went to Germany this past weekend in order to see a specialist for the Achilles injury that has sidelined him to start the year. That came from Eric Branch of the San Francisco Chronicle, and some think CMC should shut it down for the year before he hurts himself even more. Braden, do you think CMC should shut it down?
Well, I think it really depends on what the specialist says about his injury. Obviously, if they think he cannot heal in time and needs an entire year off, then he obviously should shut it down for the season. But, now with the NFL season being so long, he could shut it down for half the season and still make a huge impact for the Niners in the second half if that's enough of the recovery time. So I think it all depends on what the risk reward is for Christian McCaffrey and his long-term future in the game in terms of how much more damage he could do to his Achilles. An Achilles injury that is a catastrophic injury for all athletes. And we see a lot more of them now in football, and if it's in a spot where he could potentially tear it at any point in time. Obviously you don't really want to play with that. So I think it all depends on what exactly he was told by the specialist in Germany, and if the guy says that after a couple of weeks that you could go back out after it and not have to worry about things, I think that's what he needs to. I think it's worth playing after that for the Niners. I might be a little biased because I have him in fantasy football as well. I was
waiting for it.
But at the same time, though, to me, I view this as kind of like the Fernando injury, right? If he has to spend time until that thing's fully healed for him to be able to play, then that's what he's going to have to do. But just to say he needs to be shut down for the entire year, I think it really depends on what the medical personnel told him.
Agree. Tony, do you think he should shut it down?
First of all, I love Braden's answer, but I also love the fact that the non-experts are the ones saying that he should shut it down for the season. It just is mind-blowing to me that they already have an opinion out there, and this man hasn't even gone to see the actual doctor that is going to help him make this decision.
No, he already did. He was in Germany over the weekend.
But I'm saying they were telling him to shut it down before the Germany thing happened this weekend. So here's what I'll say is that, when in doubt, head to Germany. I think Kobe went to Germany to help get his knee right at one point, right? Clearly they have some advanced things there that keep sending these players to go down there. But I think he should wait and see what the doctor tells him, or go off of whatever the specialist said. This is the beauty about being in professional sports on these professional teams. Like, you have access to some of the best doctors, and you can get multiple opinions. And so you can come up with a kind of a way to at least make yourself feel good about the decision you're making. But ultimately, it should be based off of this information he got from the specialists and what the team doctors are telling him as well. You got to be careful with this, though, because, you know, obviously everybody has different motivations for him to coming back, right? I mean, I think for McCaffrey, it's about getting healthy first and then helping his team. 49ers, you know, most teams, they want you to get out there and help regardless. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. This is why you get other opinions to make sure that it's lining up.
Number 3.
Words to live by. When in doubt, go to Germany. The Dolphins are in major quarterback trouble, and their season is on the brink of being lost. Tua is out another 3 games. Skylar Thompson is dealing with an injury, and they're down to third stringer Tim Boyle. They do have Tyler Huntley, who they signed last week. There have been some names thrown around, but I think there was one out there that they could easily go after. Jaguars backup quarterback Mac Jones. Played a little bit last night, but I'm not going to ask you about Mac Jones, but I'm asking, do the Dolphins, Tony, need to bring in another quarterback to keep their season alive?
I don't know if I'm a quarterback if I want to go at this point.
Everybody's getting hurt.
My man's back is broken. I think I have some questions about this offensive line if this is the case. Now, to be fair, Tua got cracked scrambling.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like he was well protected in that game either. So, yes, they're going to need a quarterback. I mean, I think you go with what you got. I'm not sure that there's one out there that's going to make that much more of a difference at this point. So, yeah, man, they're in a rough spot, man. Their quarterback's out for at least another, 3 weeks? This was the first week of the 4, right, that he has to sit out.
Yeah.
Skylar Thompson is his chest?
Rib.
What is he hurt with?
A significant rib injury.
Yeah.
Ribs, yeah. So his ribs are broken. And, you know, your third string guy, it doesn't sound like they're overly confident in. So this is not the start you want to have. And I get the season's a little bit longer, so you got at least one more game to play with, but this ain't going in the right direction.
Braden?
It's not going in the right direction, and the Dolphins, with the amount of money they spent on skill position guys, are in win-now mode with Tyreek Hill and company. So, that's another factor. It's like we talk about with the Padres, this year and the last couple of years. It's, when you sign these big contracts to these athletes and they're in their prime, I mean, you got to win during that time. Otherwise, you waste the money on the contracts by not giving them an opportunity to succeed. So they obviously do need a quarterback. I mean, you mentioned Mac Jones. I mean, my question is why haven't they been on the phone with Pittsburgh to talk about maybe Russell Wilson coming down to Miami? That might cost cost a lot of money. But Justin Fields has been pretty good for Pittsburgh, and if you're Pittsburgh right now, you keep playing the hot hand and listen to what the Miami Dolphins have to offer. But there are a couple of quote answers out there for Miami. But at the but they're 0-3, right? If I'm not mistaken, did they win a game? Yeah, they're 0-3.
No, wait, they won the first one, didn't they?
Did they win the first game?
Let me look up while you're.
It doesn't matter. They're either 1 or 2 or 0-3. The Dolphins.
They're 1-2.
1-2. So again, they're not.
They have one win.
They're not like well out of it. And again, we mentioned before how long of the season it is for Miami and for the NFL at that point. But if they continue to run out Skylar Thompson or Tim Boyle, they're just going to continue to not win football games because we're in this new era of quarterback play where there's not a lot of quarterbacks to go around in general. And if you don't have one of the top guys in the league, you're going to struggle, and the Dolphins can't really afford to do that. So if they can find a Band-Aid to this situation with somebody else, I think they definitely have to take advantage of it because of the contracts they've handed out.
They are 1-2, by the way, so that is confirmed.
Number 2.
A sports writer in Toronto for the Toronto Sun wrote about the Raptors and how they are going to retire Vince Carter's number as a Toronto Raptor. The article said that, he was a good player, but he didn't really do anything in the long term for the Raptors. He never won even one best-of-7 playoff series in Toronto. He got to only one. He played 15 playoff games as a Raptor, winning 6 of them. So, Braden, do you think the Raptors should retire his number?
Well, to me, for a retired number, my kind of rule of thumb is, that player needs to be an iconic part of that franchise, and has had accomplished a lot of what he accomplished as a player in that organization. Now, there's a couple other caveats to that too. Obviously here in San Diego, and it's just controversy on it with some younger fans. But Steve Garvey hit that big home run and got his number retired, and you look at just the Padres numbers. Can you tell a story about the Toronto Raptors without mentioning Vince Carter? And if the answer is you can't, then you need to. I think his number should be retired in Toronto. But if you want to go, I don't like doing it based on just playoff wins and losses. I mean, I know it's an easy way to evaluate certain players, but there's a lot of players. I mean, it's a team effort still, even though he had an individual impact. So, from that kind of logic, are you going to retire Kawhi Leonard's number in Toronto because he won a championship with the Toronto Raptors? I mean, I don't really think that is warranted. So, I do think they should retire. If it's up to whether or not they should retire Vince Carter's number, yeah, go for it. I don't see why that's a bad deal. I mean, he accomplished a lot of the things that he accomplished in his career with the Toronto Raptors. I mean, when I think of Vince Carter, I do personally think about the Raptors, even though he played on a handful of teams after that. So I'm not against Vince Carter's number getting retired in Toronto.
Tony, what about you? Do you think the Raptors should retire Vince Carter's number?
Yeah, this is a no-brainer. Vince Carter brought that organization to prominence. Like, no one was checking for the Raptors before. I think they had Amari Stoudemire, or not Amari. They had Damon Stoudemire, and they had Marcus Camby before that. But nobody was checking for the Raptors until Vince got there. And so he spent a significant part of his career there. He ended up playing in a bunch of other different places as well. But that franchise, as Braden just said, they can't tell their story without Vince Carter. I think this is a no-brainer.
Well, I am happy to get to bring up a Toronto Raptors story so I can play my Raptor sound effect. All right.
Number one.
Jurassic Park just
Man, Braden gives me the same look that Chris does when I try to make those jokes.
You need the sounder every time.
Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence had a pretty rough night last night, and in his fourth season, he's still trying to break through. Since entering the league, he's had 61 turnovers, which is the most in the NFL. Since November 26, 2023, he's had 8 NFL starts and 8 NFL losses. He has a record of 20-33 as a starter, and the Jaguars signed him to a 5-year, $275 million deal, and they really can't get out of it until about 2029. Tony, do you think Trevor Lawrence has his best play ahead of him?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think he's washed or done or, stick a fork in him, anything like that. I think he's going through some growing pains, quite frankly. I mean, honestly, it's amazing he got here with some of the moves. Again, we talk about guys being drafted by the right organization. Now, I think he may have the right coach. He may not have the right coach, even in Doug Peterson right now. But he didn't have the right coach with Urban Meyer. I think there was somebody before. Was there somebody before Urban? Or was Urban his first?
I think Urban was his first. Let me double check, though.
Yeah, so either way, if Urban was his second, that means he had the other dude for like 1 year. And so, he has really just started. And it was amazing he did something as well as he did the first year he got Doug Peterson. So I think he's just kind of going through some of the rookie pains or young quarterback pains that he goes through. I know people in today's society, the expectation is that you're good right now, and he may not be one of those guys.
Urban was his first head coach, so that's pretty tough. That's pretty tough.
Yeah, so he's behind the 8 ball.
Yes, he is. Braden, what about you? Do you think his best play is ahead of him?
I think so. I think he can still be a very good quarterback in the National Football League. And, the quarterback conversations all the time in the NFL are fascinating because some guy will show up from college, right, and he'll be the greatest thing since sliced bread, and then he'll have 3 or 4 bad games and go, this guy sucks, and then let's move on to the next guy. And it's such a position that, especially in the media, is so fickle on on how they evaluate quarterbacks. I mean, it's whatever the flavor of the day is, seems to be who the top quarterback in the league is. You could go on a 3-game stretch where you're throwing for over 300 yards and 4 touchdowns apiece, and you're the greatest quarterback to ever live. And then all of a sudden, 3 games later, you go in a little bit of a slump, and it's like, this guy's terrible. They got to go find somebody else. I mean, to me, the perfect example of that is Lamar Jackson. I mean, the Lamar Jackson came into the league, right? He struggled a little bit. This guy can't play, right? Because he's a running quarterback. Then he had like an MVP season. It's like, this guy is the greatest thing ever. And then again, he struggled a little bit, and they're ready to throw him under the bus. But it is so hard to play quarterback in the National Football League. It is such a tough position, and that's why I'm pretty overcritical about quarterbacks all the time, especially when they get a lot of praise just because they happen to be good for 3 or 4 games in a row. It's a tough position, and right now there's not a lot of those elite quarterbacks to go around, and that could be a whole podcast topic about how these quarterbacks in this era are different than the ones that we just had, just because of the way they went through their progression of like high school, playing in high school and the Elite 11 camps and doing a lot of 7-on-7 with no pressure, and then you get to the National Football League and all of a sudden you got pressure in your face and all of your weapons are just as talented, or sorry, the defense you're going against is just as talented as everybody on your team. It's a different animal, and it's a lot of ups and downs as a quarterback. So I think Trevor Lawrence still has his best play ahead of him, and I think Tony hit the nail on the head when it came to getting drafted by the right organization. That's a huge factor in this as well.
Yes, it is. Well, very nice debut, Braden, in the Big Five. Good job. We're going to be doing a couple more of these this week with Braden in with us. And when we get back, we are going to head to the 5 p.m. hour, which includes a visit from Sammy Lev, and we'll get you set for Game 1 between the Dodgers and the Padres here on 97.3 The Fan.
Did you catch?
And we are in our final hour of Gwynn and Chris today, 97.3 The Fan. I'm Matt Skraby. Braden Surprenant with me here for the rest of the show. Gwynn and Chris, Tony Gwynn Jr. getting ready for the game tonight. Game 1 between the Padres and the Dodgers up there at Dodger Stadium. Crisello on vacation. He will be back next week. And I'm going to start this hour off. By the way, we're going to talk to Sam Levitt as well at around 5:40. He is up at Dodger Stadium, so we're going to check in with him. But I'm going to start with some good, positive stats. And that would be Fernando Tatis Jr. at Dodger Stadium. Because if you don't know, he has a plaque there for having one of the longest home runs in Dodger Stadium history. But he's also been very good at Dodger Stadium in 130 plate appearances and basically 31 games. He's hitting .314. He has a .981 OPS. He has 11 home runs, 22 RBIs, 8 walks, and he has, let's see here, no triples, 4 doubles. Basically, Fernando Tatis Jr. likes hitting at Dodger Stadium, so that's a good thing for us to have going into tonight's game, Braden.
Yeah, should be, and I'm looking forward to this game. I like the lineup the Padres put out there tonight. With Tatis batting in the 2-hole, got Profar batting third, a rise to the top. I mean, this is where it gets fun in Major League Baseball. As last week, it's got to come down to the last couple of days to determine playoff seeding and playoff clinching. But for the Padres, take care of business tonight. Get yourself in the playoffs. Pop the champagne tonight at Dodger Stadium, and then think about the next 2 days and trying to potentially put some pressure on the Dodgers before they go to Colorado to try to win a division championship. But got to control what you got to control the controllables that you can control. Go out there, get the dub tonight, and not have to worry about as much going into this weekend. In Arizona, get that playoff ticket punched as soon as possible.
Yeah. Another good stat for Fernando at Dodger Stadium. Out of all the stadiums, obviously he's hit the most home runs at Petco Park, second most home runs at Dodger Stadium, third most RBIs in his career at Dodger Stadium. So again, he really likes to hit at Dodger Stadium. It's going to be Michael King tonight against Landon Knack. Now here's not so good stat that I'm going to tell you about. Shohei Ohtani versus Michael King. They haven't really faced each other that much because Michael King's only been in the National League West here for one season, but 12 plate appearances, .417 batting average, 1.250 OPS, and 3 home runs. No, I'm sorry. The OPS is even higher than that. So Shohei Ohtani is someone. How do they attack him tonight? Do they pitch around him? Do they just go right at him? I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. I would like to see Michael King go right at him. I know that Michael King has the confidence to do that, but he's one of the most dangerous hitters in baseball.
Yeah, he's one of the most dangerous hitters, obviously, in baseball. Definitely in that lineup. And I don't know what necessarily you do. I mean, I wouldn't really try to avoid him too much. I can't imagine them trying to. Walk him to
just
start the game.
Walk
him.
Well,
because if you intentionally walk him, he'll end up at third base in 2 pitches.
He will,
with the amount of stolen bases that he has had. So, go after him and take your chances. Remember when Michael King made a start at Dodger Stadium earlier in the year, even though he got shelved, the Padres ended up coming back to win that game. They've had a lot of success against LA this year, so we'll see what Michael King's got. I know he's thrown his most innings he has ever thrown in his career in a single season. These are all playoff games. Regular season ended on Sunday. We're in playoff mode now, and now's a good opportunity to see what Michael King's got. And at this part in the year, when you start putting together your playoff rotation,
12-9 record for Michael King this year, 3.04 ERA, 198 Ks. And Michael King, the start you're talking about back at Dodger Stadium when he got shelled, but they ended up winning, believe that went to extra innings, and I believe Jackson Merrill kind of made his first foray into saving the Padres and doing great things for the Padres. I think he shot one through the 5.5 hole.
He did, absolutely, and that's part of that comeback, which was great to watch.
It was. Now, AJ Cassavell put out an MLB.com article, and it's about the Padres' potential postseason rotation plan in 2024. And I've talked about this a couple times, but I think in a wild card series, it's going to be Cease, Darvish, and Musgrove. But you do have other guys that could start if you needed it, like Michael King could definitely be one of those three. Let's talk about Martin Perez, because he has been incredible for the Padres. In the month of September, only 3 starts, but 1.08 ERA in the month of September. In August, he had a 3.41 ERA, but he also won 2 games. Martin Perez came from the Pirates. He was having a pretty mediocre year, pedestrian year with the Pirates. Comes to the Padres, and he's now one of those guys that when they get through the rotation, he's not an easy pitcher for teams to face.
No, he's not, but I think he's probably going to end up in the bullpen when it comes to the rotation. I know on the round table they discussed potentially starting Michael King in the first game and kind of mixing it up. I don't think you really need to mix it up that much. I think you go with Yu Darvish and Dylan Cease in one of the first 2 games. I think you go with Joe, especially in a game 3 if it has to be a winner take all in the wild card. There's nobody I'd rather have out there than the San Diego kid representing his city to go out, because you're going to get everything and more out of Joe Musgrove in a situation like that. And then you go down the list of potential other spots, but I like putting the rotation together like that. I think you need experience. I think you need veteran experience to factor in as part of this starting rotation in the postseason. And I think you can use Michael King in the bullpen. I think you can use Martin Perez in the bullpen as well. And if you got to get to a game 4, look, you're a way better situation with either of those 2 players than you are in 2022 with Mike Clevenger and Sean Manaea. I mean, you're in a way better spot. So go with the vets. The vets have experience. They understand. They've been on the big stage before. They've pitched in big games. They've pitched in postseason games. Go with Dylan Cease. Go with Yu Darvish. Go with the guys that got you here. Don't try to reinvent the wheel or overcomplicate things. And then when you got Michael King in game 4, you're all dialed in. If you need to use Martin Perez out of the bullpen or Michael King out of the bullpen, they got experience doing that with long relief. You got a lot of great problems on your hands. I mean, these are all problems that are that I think a lot of teams in Major League Baseball wish they had.
Yeah, I guarantee you they wish they had that. But you're right. I mean, 2022, thinking back to that year, and shameless plug for 12 Games in October. It's a podcast where I did a podcast, 1 episode for each game in the playoffs of 2022. But I was going through it couple weekends ago, and there were so many pitchers that I didn't even realize that the Padres had back then. I don't even know how they made it to the NLCS with the kind of staff that they had, because it was basically Yu Darvish and Joe Musgrove, and that was about it for them. But somehow they made it through. Somehow they did. And this year, they're stacked. I mean, they got a good bullpen. They have a good starting rotation. They have a good lineup. I just saw on the chat, the YouTube chat, if you want to watch us on YouTube, just search 97.3 The Fan in YouTube. Chris said Eric Hosmer's podcast had Toddy talking about crushing that baseball at Dodger Stadium. That's where he said he was pissed off missing the playoffs, so he took out his frustration on that home run. It's I want to see it again. I want to see Fernando Tatis Jr. just crush a couple baseballs at Dodger Stadium. But really, is this a warm-up for the postseason? Or are we just taking these as just another 3 games? Regular season
These
games.
are playoff games. You're playing playoff teams. You got to, you're trying to still win. And in that clubhouse, they still believe they can win the division. I mean, math is telling me that it's going to be very, very difficult. But if you take it 1 game at a time, and see what happens, the one thing that math doesn't factor in is pressure. And if you get game 1 against the Dodgers and you pop your champagne because you're going to the postseason, and you start going after them again in game 2, all of a sudden midway through game 2, they're going to start feeling the pressure about, being the big dog all the time and being the big brother and dealing with the little brother coming up and trying to take what they have just had as theirs for years and years and years. You put the pressure on them, all of a sudden things start to change. And we know about the Dodgers handling pressure. Just look at their postseason experience.
What happens, Braden?
They fold. They every time there's pressure with the Los Angeles Dodgers, historically, they have folded like a lawn chair. And the only time they didn't do that was in the shortened COVID season. And so, which I find funny that the 2 championships that LA has gotten in the last couple of years, and I guess you can include the Rams in that, but not really. Bubble championship for the Lakers, COVID year for the Dodgers. And as much as us in San Diego would have taken that championship if that was us reigning, holding up the hunk of metal, as the commissioner calls it. They haven't done well in the postseason because they can't play with pressure. And so if you got pressure on the Dodgers going into this series, I like my chances if I'm the San Diego Padres. Put the pressure on them to have to go to Coors Field, which anything can happen, and have to beat the Rockies all 3 times. And let's see what happens. But you got to get that first step in beating LA tonight and get the champagne going in the dugout, and then think about popping champagne a second time this weekend.
Yeah, I agree with that. And just for the record, I think the Padres have been playing like they've been in the playoffs for a couple weeks now, maybe more than that, because they basically had to come out of the All-Star break and win, and that's what they did. Now, someone on the chat says, I am scared to see Ohtani in postseason form. Braden was talking to me in the break.
He's never been in the postseason.
Reminded me he's never been in the postseason, so we don't even know what postseason form of Ohtani is. Although it does scare me.
Maybe he can't handle the pressure either. Maybe he'll.
No, I don't know. Maybe. We'll see.
Guy's never played in a big game in his life. What are you talking about?
Hey, WBC, baby.
I know.
WBC,
Struck
baby.
out
That's true.
That's
true. That's true.
I was just being facetious.
Facetious.
I do think it's just kind of a funny joke with that. But I mean, look at last year. Mookie Betts, if I'm not mistaken, Mookie Betts didn't get a hit in the postseason last year, or maybe he got one against Arizona.
Couldn't tell you.
It's different. You never know. And when pressure happens, it really it's a big impact in the postseason. And Padres got a lot of veterans on that team that know how to handle playing in the postseason, and that's what I think. I think they got a chance. I had a friend last night ask me. He said, realistically, not being and he called me a biased radio guy working for the flagship. Realistically, how far do you think the Padres can go? And to me, I actually thought about this when I was driving home from work 2 days after the trade deadline, thinking about the team that they had put together. And to be honest with you, I was like, this team is built to make a run. They're built to make a run. They have the bullpen. The big red flag was whether or not Yu Darvish and Joe Musgrove, one, were going to come back, and two, if they did come back, if they would be at the form that they were before they left. And the answer was they are. And so that was a major boost. And then the other thing was with whether or not Xander Bogaerts was going to just continue to be on this, down spin that he was on at the beginning part of the season. And he overcame it, and he's been a big contributing factor to the Padres in the second half. So when I look at this team, I honestly think, and I'm not blowing smoke, and I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid or being biased. They have a playoff caliber team that can go on a run. I like this team way more than I like the 2022 team. But that being said, I told my buddy, I said, hey, as dumb as this might sound, they are good enough to make the World Series and win a National League pennant. But with baseball being weird and they only getting 3 games in the wild card, if they have to play a wild card, they could easily be out by this time next week. And that's just how crazy baseball is. But if you stack up all the teams, I honestly think the Padres have probably the second best roster in the National League behind the Philadelphia Phillies.
Just to back up what Braden was saying with some actual numbers, in 2023, Mookie Betts in the postseason was 0 for 11 with 1 walk. That's a 0.000 batting average, and 0.83 OBP, and 0.83 OPS. In 2022, Mookie Betts was 2 for 14, 143 batting average, 492 OPS. And last year, Freddie Freeman went 1 for 10 in the playoffs.
It's a different animal, man. I mean, we've seen the Dodgers for 10 plus years dominate the regular season and then run out of gas and then sit there on the field as the other team's celebrating, scratching their heads, going, how did we just lose to the Washington Nationals? How did we just lose to the Arizona Diamondbacks?
How did we just lose to the Padres?
Right, 100%. I mean, they have been the best team money can buy for the last decade, and they honestly have nothing to show for it.
That's very true. By the way, drinking the Kool-Aid is not it's what people say, but it was actually Flavor Aid.
Flavor it
with the whole Jonestown thing. So I just wanted to clear that up, everybody. Kool-Aid just got sucked into it, and they didn't mean to. All right, when we get back, we have some audio from Fernando Tatis Jr. talking about Dodger Stadium. We still have Sammy Lev to go here on 97.3 The Fan. It's Gwynn and Chris I'm Matt Skraby, filling in for Tony and Chris, and so is Braden Surprenant, Adam Klug with us as well. Be back shortly with Fernando's thoughts on Dodger Stadium next on 97.3 The Fan. Reminders, stay tuned for the EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show with Sam Levitt next on 97.3 The Fan. Well, not next, but around 6:10. And Sammy Lev is going to join us here in about 15 minutes from Dodger Stadium to get us all caught up on everything that's happening up here. I like when Sam takes a picture from the top of the stadium, because I know that he had to like huff it up there, and he's probably in like the warmest clothes possible.
Not at Dodger Stadium.
Yeah, he did.
You enter at the top, and then it goes down.
Oh, I entered from when I went. I entered from
the press. The press
field
up by
level.
the press box is at the top, because you park up at the top part of Dodger Stadium, and then you walk in and you're in the top level, and then you can work your way down.
Interesting. I haven't been there in a long time, and I was also anyway. We have some audio from LA, and it's going to be video. Yes, if you want to watch us on YouTube, you can just search 97.3 The Fan when you go to YouTube. But Fernando Tatis Jr., last segment we told you how much he loves to hit at Dodger Stadium, but here is Fernando talking about this upcoming series against the Dodgers.
I think it's to have this type of important baseball come down the stretch here.
It's amazing, playing this games. Just everybody paying attention. Everybody knows how important they are. So, everybody just rises to the occasion and trying to be in their best game.
How confident are you guys come down here in the final week as good baseball as you're playing right now?
We're definitely confident, but at the end of the day, everybody knows how hard this game is. So, we're gonna take our chances every day. We're gonna take care of the day, and then we pay attention to the other things when it's time, but we're definitely taking care of business a day at a time.
Fernando, obviously this is a big series here. You've had a lot of big moments in this ballpark against this team. From that perspective, being here right now, what's your anticipation for this series?
It's big energy all the way around. Everybody knows how good a team we're facing, so but everybody knows how good we are. So, we're just gonna play really good IQ baseball out there.
All right, that was Fernando Tatis Jr. Look at Sam Levitt jumping in there and getting a question, and a really good question as well. Fernando may not sound like he's super excited, but if you see him on the field, he'll be excited. He loves hitting here. We've talked about it. But it just shows you that these guys are playing this like a playoff game, as we said last segment. So.
And playoff atmosphere. I mean, you're going to play two
big
playoff
energy,
teams.
I think, is what Fernando said.
Not the big cake. You're playing two teams that are going to be in the postseason. You're in playoff mode now.
Joe Musgrove, he also was asked about playing the Dodgers, and here's what he had to say to the media.
Joe, this is what September baseball is all about. How fun is it to have this kind of intensity right now?
Yeah, I think this is kind of right where we want to be right now. Really good teams facing each other on their home turf. Pretty good matchup for us going in with our rotation and what we've been playing lately. We feel good being here.
What are you looking forward to in terms of the intensity that's going to be, the energy that's going to be here in this series?
Just the atmosphere is going to be intense. I know we'll get quite a few people making their way up from San Diego. This place will obviously have plenty of Dodger fans, so it's always a fun place to play, especially at the end of the year when you're playing for something a little more.
You guys have played well against the Dodgers all season long, and you're playing great baseball right now. How confident are you guys just here going down the final stretch?
Yeah, good. I mean, we got two tough teams to play over 6 days, and we're not downplaying it at all. But our confidence is pretty good. We've been playing really well. We've found ways to manufacture runs. We've gotten quality starts from our guys. Our bullpen's been doing their job. Bench guys coming in and getting the base when we need to get it. Our hitters doing a job that needs to get done late in the game. We're just playing really smart, good team baseball. So we feel confident coming in here. We're going to give them everything we got.
That was Joe Musgrove up at Dodger Stadium, and it's kind of wild to think at where we started the year, where they were struggling. I said this a little bit yesterday, where they started the year, they would win 3, and everybody was excited, and then they would lose 3, and then they would win 3, lose 3.
When you're 50-50 at the end of 100 games?
Yeah, it was just a roller coaster that Mike Schultz didn't want to say the word roller coaster, but it was a roller coaster, and now they have found the next gear, and this is not, and I went over this yesterday, this is not the team that we know. This is a completely different team, and I feel like this team is ready to win.
I think so too. I think they're calm too, which is the best part. I mean,
Yeah,
you don't want
sure.
to get over locked in. I mean, there's been a lot of times in my experience with sports that sometimes when you got a loose group that's confident and calm, they're going to go out there and kick some ass. And when you got guys that might be a little bit too locked in, all of a sudden, a little bit of stress starts to take over, from the human element side. So they seem confident. They don't seem rattled. They're not messing around, but they're calm, cool, and collected. And it should be a good game tonight. And again, you win that first one, pop the champagne. You're in the postseason, and then you put the pressure on LA for the next 2 games to try to overcome that division. Again, it's going to be a tough task. Nobody's saying it's going to be easy, but a win tonight, Padres' chances to win the division jumps from 5% to 10%.
That's pretty. There we go.
If they sweep the Dodgers, it jumps to 42%.
I know we all want them to win the division, but that would just be oh so sweet if they won the division. One of the things that you said right there was that they seem calm and loose, and a lot of the comments about the Manny Machado interview from last Friday was that Manny seemed very relaxed and he seemed like he was in a good place. So, hey, keep doing what you're doing, Padres, because you are putting yourself in a really good spot. This hour is brought to you by AleSmith 394 Pale Ale. AleSmith 394 Pale Ale, the official rally pint of the playoff push. Catch all the San Diego baseball action this week at the AleSmith Tasting Room in Miramar. Enjoy specials on 394 and more while you cheer on your team with fellow fans. Don't miss the excitement. When we get back, Sam Levitt up at Dodger Stadium. We're going to get his thoughts and ask him what the energy is like up there. So he joins us next, 97.3 The Fan.
Chris.
final segment of today's show, Gwynn and Chris. I'm at Skraby and Braden Surprenant here as well, and Adam Klug, as Tony would say, on the ones and twos. We are going to be talking to Sammy Levitt here just in 1 second. We need to go, actually, okay. I'm getting the... Okay. Are we going to traffic, Adam? He's doing... Oh, it's not ready. Okay, I gotcha. Let's do the lineup real quick because we haven't done that in a little bit. Michael King pitching for the Padres. Luis Arraez leading off, DHing. Fernando Tatis Jr. second, playing right field. Jurickson Profar playing left field, batting third. Manny Machado playing third, batting fourth. Jackson Merrill center field, batting fifth. Xander Bogaerts shortstop, batting sixth. Jake Cronenworth second base, batting seventh. Donovan Solano first base, batting eighth. Kyle Higashioka catching and batting ninth. Now, Adam, is Sam ready to go? All right, let's go up to Dodger Stadium because our guy, Sam Levitt, is there. Sam, thank you so much for joining us. How is the energy there? Because Fernando, as you heard, said there was some big energy up there today.
Yeah, the energy's really good. I mean, nice crowd filing in. Padres are taking batting practice right now, but good energy inside the clubhouse earlier today, certainly. I think it's no secret to these guys what this series means, the opportunity they have. I at the same time, I think I get a real sense that none of these guys want to make it bigger than it already is, but obviously a great opportunity for this team. And look, from their perspective, I think it's keep doing what you've been doing, both in general and against this Dodger team. Padres have had a lot of success against the Dodgers this year. They're playing great baseball, so it's a big series. I think everybody here understands what's at stake, the opportunity the Padres have, but you take it a game at a time, and I very much think that's the way this group is thinking right now.
Yeah, I love the playoff energy up there, Sam. It seemed like the players were calm, cool, and collected, which you always like to see. But, I mean, from a sense of focus, but also calmness. I mean, what was the aura down there in the Padres clubhouse?
Yeah, the same. Really. I mean, I think these guys really don't want to treat it any differently than they've been treating games as of late or against the Dodgers earlier this year. Again, I think there's, to this group right now, I'll say overall, and it's not just about this series, I think there is a real quiet confidence to this group, and I really feel it. I think you can really feel it when you're inside that clubhouse. It's been there for a while. There's just a quiet confidence and also I would say sort of a looseness to this group. I think this team understands who they are. I think they understand the opportunity in front of them. And I know all this stuff sounds cliche, but I think it's something that you could really feel building throughout the season. So, to me, I think a lot of guys down there gave off the vibe today that, they don't want to treat it any differently than the way they've been treating games, and they just want to go out and play the baseball they're capable of, which is most important. And if the Padres do that, then yeah, I think there's a legitimate chance to do something pretty special in this series if they play the baseball they've played the entire second half and the baseball this team is capable of playing.
Talking to Sam Levitt of the Padres pregame show. You can catch him on the EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show here coming up at 6:10 p.m. from Dodger Stadium. And Sam, we have Michael King on the mound today for the Padres. You have Landon Knack on the mound for the Dodgers. Now, Michael King we're very familiar with. What can you tell us about Landon Knack? Because I know he's a rookie. I know he doesn't have as much experience this year. But also, I remember the Padres kind of struggling with the newer pitchers. So,
yeah, Skraby, that was a story last year, and maybe it was a storyline a little bit early this season. I don't feel like that's been nearly the storyline it was earlier in the year. Certainly in 2023, they tend to have a lot of trouble with guys that they never faced before. But as of late, it feels like the Padres, when they face starting pitchers that are vulnerable, they've, for the most part, been able to take advantage or at least get the guys out of the game to get into a bullpen. I mean, we saw that the other day with the rookie that was on the mound for the White Sox. They got him out of the game and then got to the bullpen. As far as Landon Knack in particular, he's a 27-year-old rookie. He's been up and down between the big leagues in AAA this season. Had a good start against the Marlins his last time out. The one before that in Atlanta was not very good. Gives up home home runs. Doesn't give up a ton of hits, but gives up home runs. He's given up 48 hits in the major leagues this season. 12 of them have been home runs. So a quarter of the hits he's given up have been homers. The Padres haven't faced him this year. So that's something I asked Mike Schultz about before the game. We'll play that during the pregame show. But look, it's a talented right-hander, somebody that could be a part of the Dodger rotation moving forward, but he's been up and down between AAA. Here tonight, I think there's no doubt about it. Doesn't mean anything as far as, on paper is one thing is my point, but like on the field, how do I want to say this? I wrap myself into a pretzel.
It's okay.
Here.
This is my daily life.
This is what I mean to say. The pitching matchup today between Michael King and Landon Knack favors the Padres. There's no doubt on paper that's the truth. King has arguably been their best pitcher all year, and Knack is a guy, a rookie, who's had some good moments and some not so good moments, and a guy they've never seen before, and he's been up and down between AAA. So advantage Padres on paper. We'll see what happens. Michael King's had, tough starts against the Dodgers this year. He also was tremendous in his last start against the Dodgers, albeit a while ago. So going to be interesting on the pitching side of things here tonight.
Let's talk about an offensive side then, Sam. Obviously, a lot of stuff built into the pregame show. You don't want to tease too much of what you're watching for, but pretty good lineup tonight for the San Diego Padres and kind of the structure. I would imagine this is something very close to what a playoff lineup would be like. What do you think is the big key offensively for the Padres today against Knack and trying to jump on these guys early?
Yeah, I think number one, Manny's obviously really important. He went 0 in the final 2 games of the series against the White Sox. In fact, he was 1 for 11 in that 3-game series. And look, that's not to take anything away from Manny. He's been tremendous for a while now. But hey, Manny against the Dodgers this season has 5 home runs and 38 at-bats. He typically is very good against this team. He's been very impactful against the Dodgers this season. So getting him going again, not that, one kind of cool series is taking him out of his hot stretch, but yeah, it kind of got overlooked because they won all 3 games, but he only went 1 for 11 with a single in that series against the White Sox. So getting him going again, and look, they got to do what they've been doing all year offensively. Put the ball in play, string hits together again. This stuff sounds so cliche, but I think this Padres team has the talent right now, both on the pitching side and on the offensive side. Like, who they are, and what makes them go. Stringing hits together. They do hit the home run. They pitch really well out of the rotation. Their bullpen, for the most part, has been sensational since the trades for Scott and Adams. So, back to your question, Braden, on the offensive side, I think Manny's a big part of it. But you're going to I think you're going to need moments in this series. Like, you're going to have some guys have some moments, just like they've done all year, whether it was Profar during the Mr. Relevant series earlier in the year here in L.A., or it was Merrill, and Manny having the big moments back at home, or Rise with the walk-off single. Like, you're going to need guys to have moments offensively. I think that's a no-doubt part of this series.
Sam Levitt is up at Dodger Stadium right now, getting ready for his pregame show here in just a second. But I'm getting a lot of questions, Sam, about where you are, because on YouTube it looks like that you're in some sort of room where if you pushed a wall over, it would just all fall down.
You see the auxiliary press box down there. I've been there before.
Below the main radio booths and the press box and all the production stuff upstairs, they have on the loge level a number of really nice booths down here. So in fact, our great Spanish radio team, Spanish language radio team, we have right to my left here, so they're getting ready for the game. So I'm actually going to take my laptop, I'm going to spin it around, because it does not look very impressive when you look at it this way, but if you
the view is great.
Flip it this way,
yeah, it's awesome.
Look at that.
Wow!
So it's a great spot.
It
really
You're
is.
behind home plate for all those who are not watching on YouTube.
It doesn't look awfully impressive when you're looking at it this way, because
nice.
They're sort of just makeshift. Well, not makeshift, but they're they kind of built it right here with wood, and it's really fun. But the view is great. I mean, it's a great view of the game.
No,
so,
the view is absolutely incredible.
The view is great.
I would
spot.
imagine it's better than. I mean, that press box up there is tight. That press box was designed for smaller people up there, Sam. It's very tight space up top in the press box. You could be on your get your own little booth down there. It's way better.
Yeah, and there's with Ohtani and Yamamoto, there's a ton of media here.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
so much. I mean, it was like that when we were in LA earlier in the year. I think it's even maybe a little bit more so now. So, yeah, it's I'm sure a lot for everybody to handle up here, all the reporters, all the media, and figuring out, you know, spaces to put everybody. So, hey, I love this little booth I got down here. Very thankful
that's great.
to be here tonight.
Thank you so much for the Dodgers to put you up there. That's very nice of them.
It's a cramped space up top, but I want to know. I mean, I know it's still kind of early though, and we kind of got the vibe check already, Sam. But you know, the last couple of times I've been up to Dodger Stadium as a fan, as a media member, it's just been a little bit more and more and more brown and gold showing up at the ballpark, and I know it's very difficult for us to overcome what the Dodgers have been doing down at Petco Park a long period of time. But what's the how many Padre fans made the trip up there at least early on? I know it's a late arriving crowd, got to battle the traffic on a Tuesday. What do we think?
It's a little hard to tell right now because it's still pretty, you know, sparsely, you know, occupied in the seats. But I see a Fernando Tatis Jr. jersey to my left. I see a couple of people down in the bowl. I see a couple of people down the right field line. They're scattered so far. I'll be interested to see what it looks like once this place is a little bit more full as we get towards first pitch. But I thought earlier in the year when they were here that there were a good amount of Padres fans here, and I'm sure there will be tonight. I mean, this is just a huge series and obviously really easy to get to relatively easy to get to. You got to sit in a lot of traffic if you're coming up right now. But I bet there will be a lot of brown and gold in the stands here tonight, and already I see some. Yeah, I see some already here.
I see a lot of city. We'll have to get the full report on the post game show, Sam. When everybody's popping champagne for a Padres playoff clinch.
Oh, you hope so.
Did you bring a poncho?
I'm a little nervous to say anything ahead of time. But look. It is. Hold on 1 second. I'm reaching into my bag. Hold on a second, and I'm going to show everybody that's watching.
Please tell me there's Mickey Mouse
on my way here.
Something.
On my way here, last night, I did buy.
He did. He got
ponchos.
one. Hey, that's good though.
I did buy ponchos, and I will say this, and again, I want to make clear to everybody listening and watching. I'm not trying to jinx anything here, but you got to be prepared.
Oh, you got to be prepared.
You got to be prepared.
Yeah.
So, and I got an old pair of sneakers, too.
See, that's good because I didn't wear in 2022.
You got to be ready. I mean, let's be honest. You got to be ready.
You do. I didn't wear a poncho in 2022, and my clothes were soaked. I got sprayed in the face with a bunch of champagne, but it was still amazingly fun. But then I look over at Adam. He's got some, Great Britain poncho on. I'm like, where in the world did you get a Great Britain poncho? I still don't know where he got it
Jeff
from.
Sanders had an extra poncho, and he gave it to me.
Was it extra sweet because it was a Great Britain poncho?
Adam will never live down the extra sweet comment. But anyway, thank you so much, Sam, for joining us. And you are going
to you got to be ready. I'm not trying to put any jinxes out there, but hey, we all know what's at stake. You got to be ready.
Before you go, Sam, what's the just for all the fans out there? I mean, there's a way for the Padres to clinch tonight without having to win, correct?
Yes, there is. I believe.
It's not that much of a curse.
Yes, so, and I read this morning, and I meant to try to confirm this. Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm reading from MLB here, was the Padres can clinch a playoff berth with a victory tonight or with the Diamondbacks winning and the Mets winning tonight. Now, the Mets were losing early against the Braves, but look, it goes back to what we've talked about now, I think, for a couple of weeks. Look, Padres take care of their own business, and they're going to be fine, right? They're going to be totally fine in this thing and maybe have an opportunity to do something pretty special here, even in L.A. So, it'd be kind of nice for the Padres to clinch it with a win and, not have to do, champagne celebrations after a loss. Sometimes you got to do it.
All right, we did it last time in 2022 when they were
Sam let it go. Champagne flows.
It doesn't make it any less sweet to me. But
by the way,
let's get there first. All
right, let's let Sam go. He needs to get ready for his pregame show. Thank you, Sam. We'll be talking to you soon.
All right, guys, you got it.
All right, Sam Levitt there at his little cubby in Dodger Stadium.
His little cubby.
It is nice though. When he turned around,
a great view.
I think Adam's trying to fix the video. I guess I could do it too. I don't know why I'm not doing that right now. I'll remove Sam. There he goes.
Nope, Sam's back. Nice guy.
If you want to see the view, you just need to go to YouTube, search 97.3 The Fan, and go 3.5 hours into the show, and you'll be able to find it. I do remember it being extremely weird when the Padres clinched the playoffs in 2022 again, and they lost to the White Sox that day. I don't know if you were in there that day, right, Adam? I know you were in there for the Dodgers, but the actual clinching of the playoff, wasn't it kind of a weird feeling that everybody was celebrating, but they lost at the same time that day?
Yeah, it felt weird, but
that's the worst feeling.
It was a dampened celebration, but a celebration nonetheless.
Yeah, let's not have one of
it's
those.
still a celebration for sure. And it's a season-long celebration. It's not like happened.
And
that
that's
day.
why I know that the Padres have their eyes on the prize in terms of winning the division, but I still think they're going to celebrate, clinching a playoff spot, even though there's more to accomplish. Hopefully later this week, they're still going to celebrate this because it is an accomplishment to clinch a playoff berth.
It's better to clinch on your own right and not wait on teams to lose. So go out there and take care of business.
Braden, I'm just saying there's been a conversation about whether or not you celebrate just clinching a playoff berth rather than clinching the division title or something like that. And I'm saying I think that if they are lucky enough to clinch a playoff berth, they'll celebrate. And then if they clinch the division,
they can celebrate twice.
That's
100%.
awesome. Hey, the champagne companies are not going to go out of business here in the next couple weeks.
Braves up 5-0 on the Mets mid-6. Cubs up 10-2 on the Phillies top 8.
Ooh.
For all the fans out there that want to win 6 straight and potentially get the 1 seed. There you go.
We talked about
pay
the
attention
Twins
to that game
earlier today. They're losing 4-1 to the Marlins.
Yeah, we can get to the American League here in a second. Brewers over the Pirates 7-2. Not really much of an impact on the Padres in that one. And then the Giants and the Diamondbacks will play at 6:40. They should be starting. They should have just already started. Or no, they're starting. They're gonna start. Yeah, they'll start in about an hour.
The game isn't for like another 7 hours, so yeah, that's going to be a problem for us. No, I'm just kidding. It's at 7:10. It just feels a little bit later than usual. It's a half hour later than we usually have, with the Padres starting at 6:40. But reminder, stay tuned for Sammy Lev's EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show at 6:10 on 97.3 The Fan. Again, this team seems ready to get this done. I don't want this to hang over the head of the team for a little bit. I mean, you said it. They can still lose and clinch at the same time, but just get it out of the way. Do it tonight. Jump on this rookie pitcher, get some runs early, and then hold on the rest of the game with your bullpen.
Especially if you could jump on the Dodgers and make it a laugher in this game. That really puts the pressure on LA for the next 2 games. And with every coming inning that you win and game that you win in this series, it puts more and more pressure on Los Angeles not to choke away the division that they've had a lead for such a long time, especially in the last kind of weekend weekend of the year.
Let's talk about something we haven't talked about today, and it's baseball related. It's National League West related, but Charlie Blackmon has announced he is going to be retiring from baseball after this season. Now, for Padres fans, this is amazing news because Charlie Blackmon has just destroyed the Padres for a long, long time. But I think this is a big-ish deal because he's been a long-time player for the Rockies. We've watched him with that team forever. I don't think he's a Hall of Fame or anything like that, but I think it's a big deal.
It's a big deal. He's played for the Rockies for a long time. Obviously, I'm not gonna miss him as a Padres fan, but a good player nonetheless. And you know what? Maybe he'll walk off the Dodgers 3 days in a row over the weekend. We could build him a statue here.
Okay.
He's like a Rockies Ring of Honor type guy, not a Hall of Famer. Rockies Ring of Honor.
Yeah,
type.
You retired Charlie Blackmon's number?
I know that. Yeah, I would say so.
Can you tell the Rockies story with that? Is he like 19? I think.
Oh, he's 19. There you go. I think that he should definitely be a Ring of Honor guy with the Rockies.
100%.
Why
He's been part
not?
of that organization for so long.
You know what? One other thing that we haven't talked about yet today, and I didn't talk about it yesterday, but C.J. Abrams getting sent down by the Nationals. And we were all joking on text because we had heard that he was sent down because he was at a casino all night, and then he showed up for a game and he wasn't prepared for the game, all of that. And we were joking about it like, oh, hey, we need a picture of him sitting at a slot machine with a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. Well, we got the next best thing, which is him sitting at a roulette table looking very depressed. And I got to say, I'm a little concerned for C.J. Abrams. I think that this is from what we've seen, it seems out of character for him. And I don't want to see him go down a bad path, but this is not good. To be out all night at a casino. You have maybe 10 days at this point when he's doing this until the season is over. You can't wait 10 days to go out all night in a casino. And there's the picture on Twitter right now, or on YouTube right now, of him looking down at the roulette table. Another side note. Roulette is not the game you want to play if you're gambling. I mean, you make a lot of money if you hit, but for the most part, you're losing all of your money all the time. Anyway, I think this is a big deal. The Nationals said that they sent him down to kind of teach him a lesson. The GM said, not on my watch are we going to be doing these things. And there's some pushback by people in the Washington, D.C. area thinking that this was not the right move. I personally think it was the right move.
I don't know the details of the situation, so can't comment.
Crisello.
I mean, I don't. I mean, you have to get all the
details. The details are right in front of us.
You don't. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to go down the path of whether or not he has a gambling problem.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You said he looks depressed, and you were concerned about him.
I'm concerned
staying up all night at a casino. I mean, you're
okay. Let me take that back.
Kind of inferring on some things.
I
so
do not think he has a gambling problem.
I think once the details come out, I can make a better judgment. But is it a good look? No, absolutely not. It's not a good look. But there's a reason why, I think there's a reason why the Padres, and I've been told a couple of things about why they traded C.J. Abrams, because they had Jackson Merrill coming up. And obviously from that perspective, I mean, what you can infer from this situation is priorities are not up to par with being a Major League Baseball player. Now, that him being out of the race and the Nationals being out, I don't know what's going on in his life to make him have to go out there and do that. I don't know what his relationship is with the organization, to send him down for it. I think there's more to this story than just going, he was at a casino, so we're sending him down. I mean, I think there's more to this situation than just he was gambling until 8 a.m, which obviously is very concerning if you're the Washington Nationals. But I think there has to be more to this story.
But in Skraby's defense, I think it's fair to say he might have a decision-making problem, right?
Yes.
Without saying gambling problem or substance abuse, I think just decision-making.
Yeah, I'm not saying
immaturity problem.
Immaturity. There we go. There's an immaturity problem. It seems like, and I want to see C.J. Abrams succeed in this league, and this is not the way that he's going to do that. All right, it is time to stop down and check our legal identification.
KWFN and KWFN HD1 San Diego.
Hey, this is Mike.
Station identification, not legal identification.
Legal
I just pulled out my
identification.
driver's license to show everybody.
I didn't know 97.3 the fan was old enough to drive yet.
It's not.
It's not old enough to
actually.
drive
It's
yet.
only 7 years old.
I can't believe you
It's
said
only 7 years old.
identification.
I think this comment is funny. Tap said maybe they got a bomb buffet at the casino. C.J. Abrams was hanging out there. So, all right, we're getting set to give you or pass you off to Sam Levitt here. He's up at Dodger Stadium. Pregame show starts at 6:10 p.m. The Eco Water SoCal Padres pregame show. And let's finish with this, Braden, because we've done a lot of prepping for the game tonight, but we talked briefly about this at the beginning of the show. 6 games left in the season. The Pirates DFA'd Rowdy Tellez, who has been, he had a contract reportedly that said that he would get $200,000 bonus at 425 plate appearances. His time with the Pirates ends at 421 plate appearances. They're not going to pay him out this bonus. I don't know what you could do about this. And Tony said it earlier that it's just going to hurt the Pirates in the long run because big-name free agents aren't going to sign there knowing that they don't have their best interest at heart. But the Pirates need to do something about this. This is going to be bad news.
Breaking news, big-name free agents weren't going to sign with the Pirates anyways.
That's true.
It might not affect them all that much.
How much money did you say he missed?
$200,000.
I mean, you're letting a nickel hold up a dollar if you're the Pittsburgh Pirates. I mean, that's literally what you're doing right here with this move. I mean, what's saving $200,000 going to do? Why cut him with 6 games left?
I don't know.
I mean, it's 200. We're talking about $200,000 right now.
I believe a couple years ago, or maybe more than a couple, the Yankees were in a situation where I think CC Sabathia was like a strikeout short of his incentive, and they paid him anyways, even though he didn't technically reach it. The Yankees
That's what you do.
Take care of their guy and pay him. The Pirates DFA their guy.
It's the same thing as like AJ Preller avoiding arbitration with all those guys, right? I mean, it's just like it's a bad look. I don't know what you gain from this if you're the Pirates, aside from saving $200,000. But if you're saving, like, what
you gain nothing from this.
Yeah, it's
You gain
not.
nothing.
There's no positive to this. It's like, hey, look, we saved the organization $200,000. I mean, you could have done that just keeping him on the team and not playing him. I mean, I don't
seriously.
I don't know. I don't know what the end goal is here for the Pittsburgh Pirates. It's obviously a bad look. But as Adam alluded to, I don't think a lot of big free agents are going to sign with the Pirates anyway, because they had the same. They had a. It took forever to get Brian Reynolds signed, and he had, he threatened, got to trade me, and we saw the rumors of the Padres and potentially trading. For Brian Reynolds. They got the Brian Hayes deal done, but I don't get it from the Pirates' perspective.
All right, that's it for today's Gwynn and Chris. I'm Matt Skraby. That's Braden Surprenant. Adam Klug with us as well. We are going to send you up to Dodger Stadium. Sam Levitt is standing by to start his EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show. Padres can clinch a playoff spot tonight. We could be talking about a playoff team come tomorrow. Same deal tomorrow, by the way. It's going to be myself, Braden Surprenant, Tony Gwynn Jr. to start the show, and Adam Klug as well. So have fun with the game tonight, everyone. We will be talking to you hopefully with a playoff team in tow tomorrow on 97.3 The Fan.